Welcome to Newspaper Review. We go on to the first papers making the round this morning. Weekend Trust, that's what I have here. And it says AKK, 6 years, multiple deadlines, no gas. Another story here says Benue, how 59 persons were killed in 74 days. Jostle for deputy governorship slots intensifies as INEC opens portal today. Funtua Gidon Muton Days Road. I take that again. Funtua Gidon Muton Daya Road, journeying through a death trap. 64 days after, where are the abducted Musa pupils? Drug shortages, out-of-pocket payments, dog health scheme. All right, so that's just about it on the Weekend Trust.
Let's look at the headlines before we proceed. The 6 years multiple deadline, that's a bold headline on Weekend Trust.
Yeah.
It calls for attention because it means if you want to give deadline for completion of project, one will expect that you are sure you have done your feasibility studies, you put cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and you come out publicly to say, by this time, we should complete a project. But now 6 years, after multiple deadlines given to themselves by the AKK project, then still no gas coming out of that initiative. How will you rate public trust when some government organizations say, okay, we are going to this project, we are building this table, we are sure that by the end of the week we deliver minus plus. But 6 years of several deadlines failing themselves, and these deadlines, you know why I'm concerned, were not given to them by anybody. They would have chosen the deadline where they will complete the project. Because you start a project, you give a deadline to the government, this is where I'm going, and people sitting down. So where are the oversight functions? Why are they not querying this project? Why is it that anybody can get away with issues? How are we expecting that government and people, the stakeholders, we are the masses, we trust any of the government projects when they say this is what we are going to do?
I think the major challenge is like being in a home, as the father of the house. You see your kids always making one mistake or the other, doing one thing that will bring, maybe they'll be arrested or public quarrel in the compound or family house. It tells a lot about the head. How much is he doing or is the mother doing to curtail the character of the children? So same thing can also happen when we have government officials or projects that are in place and then they keep violating over and over again. It tells that the government, the parastatals, those that are in charge, that are supposed to supervise and monitor these projects, they are not doing enough. And even if you want to say that those people should be held accountable, what happens to the government that has a direct hand? If you assign a particular project to some people or to someone to manage and it's not working out, you call them and ask what is going on. Why are we not having these projects, finalized and completed? Why are we overseeing this over and over again and these things are still happening? So the government lacks accountability. It lacks taking responsibility, and you don't see the whole punishment or persecution in their day-to-day affairs or management of projects. Because if this very company is holding these projects and they showed him some way of deterrent, other companies that have other projects that they are lagging behind that they're not taken seriously will use that as a cue to sit up and do the right thing.
We are saying the same thing, where especially in oil and gas sector in Nigeria, there's been, I sit here crying that there's so much sleaze, corruption. Because if you are, for instance, the supervisory officer, agent of government, who is supposed to see this, you raise a red flag that these people are failing. You write your report, and then the government should take action. But when there is muchi all over, they will do it once. In Nigeria, people get away with several infractions, and they don't get punished. And that's where we are, and we can move forward like this. There's nowhere we can go like this because it shows that anything can happen in Nigeria. People, depending on who is involved, if you have money to buy your way through corruption and all those make me happy syndrome, we continue to go like this. And we expect development. Now look at this particular gas they're talking about. If it's cooking gas, if it's CNG, if it's LNG, the one that bears directly on the life of Nigerians is the cooking gas. In the last 1 month, you know, the percentage of increase on so where you can't get to the forests in Nigeria. This is rainy season for some part of Nigeria that are in the rainforest zone. You can't even get wood, and then the forest is going away.
Season. How about insecurities over there?
That's what I'm talking about. So you can, a lot of things are involved. So, and this gas that God has blessed Nigeria in abundance, we are still flaring. When they want to get a gas project, somebody will give us 6-year project. Is it? And you ask, is it one Weke, the barbarous? Because I said if it's a barber, then if it's a woman, it's barbarous. One Weke is a woman. Is it that she does not know how to cut hair? Or is it that the clipper, the barbing instrument tool, is not sharp?
Well,
so that, either way, we are not making progress. Let's move on.
But before we move on, I wanted to say this jostle for deputy governorship slots intensifies as INEC opens portal today.
I am totally confused.
Yes, because remember we talked about still on the weekend trust. Remember we talked about the process, recruitment process for political offices. Now, if we are to have deputy governors, right, how are they being selected? The trend many people are saying now is that most governors select deputies that they don't have interest in politics and they are not a threat to them, so they don't overshadow them. So because of that, they just get any person that they know they can intimidate and will never any day, you know, just spring up that they want to be governor.
Yeah.
So they bring somebody that is almost likely not going to be productive. He will just be there and be nodding to whatever they say and be going as messengers and do whatever they ask them to do. This is a challenge.
And then you come to think about it. Over time, deputy governors in Nigeria has been regarded as spare tires. You know, put you there when we need you. They're almost like commercial sex workers. Governors need them.
Just give you one assignment. When doesn't feel like going to
and now the question is, why the jostle? Why are people jostling to just go and be spare tires? Why is it that INEC is opening portals? Is it that you have to wait? After a very long time, the portal opens for governors positions, governorship positions. Then after some weeks, you open the portal again, the people start jostling. Where we lead end the jostle that are linked with INEC? Is it not when the parties give you lists?
Yeah.
You upload their list. If they come back and say, want to change this or that, you allow them to change because it's not over. It's minus plus until the final time when they say this is our final list. Because Nigerian politics is full of horse trading. You know the example we have about people who have not finished. People are still waiting for the primaries. They are not even sure. People that conducted primaries, they say a consensus candidate, they did what they did with that general consensus, uploaded that the INEC and the party should demand for the list. They kept it for a long time to do horse trading. This person will go there, pull button, the remove person that the party has brought. This is what they keep doing. So it's all filled, you know, with boot traps of corruption. The akakaka bajiaka, the man who spends more from the party, who spends more, your name will drop there. The person who has more, go to either INEC or the party, pull one or two strings. That up till a month and after political primary selection, I will put it that way because there was no election. The political primary selection they did in Nigeria, no single person, no party can actually come out and say this is. Only the presidential candidates, which are not many, that have managed to agree on. Now, just a few days ago, APC came out and said Shetima will run with, meaning that all this while, Shetima, who is the incumbent vice president of Nigeria, wasn't even sure he's going back to the polls with his principal. That will tell you, from that level, height, you see the magnitude of push and pull and horse trading and string pulling, which is every day bearing on our democratic system. It shows we are not coordinated. And I think before we go, this is very important. drug shortages, out-of-pocket payment, dog health scheme. I am a living example of how you go to start a hospital, and the hospital will charge you so much just to probably admit you, and then you see the nurses every moment they'll come and drop a bill on your desk. Go and buy this drug. You go and, if you look at those drugs, the hospitals actually has found out that they cannot give a patient those bills because they find it difficult to pay. So they push it back to the patient. You're in the hospital. Instead of them giving you drug, they keep pushing the bill to you. Go, you run out to the pharmacy to buy this. Any moment they drop another bill, you go and buy this drug. They will select those drugs that are really expensive and can work despite the fake syndrome, fake drug syndrome that is going on in Nigeria. They will send you out. Then that know the fake from the original cannot buy it because they know within themselves when they give out the bills to the patients. So you see how Nigerians are just dying.
It's a sad one, and the challenge of these things is that just like we also always say, there are no regulative body that regulates, manages, and monitors some of these hospitals to be sure that everything is done accordingly. And most of these doctors, they have their private pharmacy. So what they do is that they recommend you to their pharmacy to patronize their pharmacy, and even the suppliers to the hospital itself, even when they supply, some of them steal some of the drugs and push back to their pharmacy. So you see many federal hospitals, government hospitals without drugs. There was one of the hospitals, I can't mention exactly, that did not have paracetamol, one of the hospitals. So cases like this, they keep happening. So it's not just to have say that we need a change. The president cannot be everywhere to monitor all of these places, but the people that have been put in charge, kept in places to manage and monitor these places, how well are they going about their businesses? How much time do they put into these areas to be sure that these challenges are not swept under the carpet? I think the Senate also talked about the cost of drugs too. Maybe hopefully we'll look into that too soon later on the program.
Whatever goes up, comes around. You know what I mean? What goes around comes around. The Senate can discuss. I was inside the public transport coming and I saw the headline. I said, Senate will rush to talk about drugs because they are here since they do Good Morning Nigeria, Good Morning America, because they can afford it to go there. Once in a while, even before you do Good Night America, Good Morning America, you might find yourself dead because the drugs are so expensive here. Some of them are fake. And we are on our own. And we say, where are the oversight function? Where are the Federal Ministry of Health? Where are the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria? Yes. Where are all the line agencies, and whether they are private or public, that are linked up with the health? Of course, we can't even talk about the Japa syndrome that has decimated the health sector. So why going to the hospital? You blame Nigeria, you go to the hospital, the doctor says you need to buy Panadol, you take twice, 7 times, 21 days or whatever, the way they write there, their jargon. You take it to a pharmacy to buy Panadol, you go back to the hospital, your patient is lying there. You get admitted in Nigerian hospital for 24 hours, no drug, because they are walking around to see. All those cheap and fake ones they can give you, they give you. The ones they think is a little expensive, they send you on a wide good chase. And the federal government is watching, and the state governments are watching, the local governments are watching, and they think Nigeria is moving forward. That's a very sad one. On the Punch newspaper, why we can't use condom with our wives, Nigerian men. Chris, we'll come back to that. Let me take the other one. It said legal advice deepens Umahi's aid death mystery. That one, we'll come back to that. How syndicate law elderly citizens into crime. That is wonderful. Emefiele finally forfeits mansion $2 million+ to federal government. When they're talking about this money, you feel dizzy knowing this level of corruption, and the hospitals are out of drug. And we'll talk about later. We'll talk about where the ones they've recovered, where the money is. Or your abduction, 3 face life jail, ex-general backs probe call. And then we waited for ransom call, but received my father's corpse. The daughter says there. That's the things we found on the Punch, Chris. let's talk about that. Why Nigerian men cannot use condoms? Because you took interest when I talk about it. You smiled.
Well,
it's like you have something to say.
I didn't see it coming, but well, you're married. As long as you are expecting a child, you don't have to use a condom. So I think that's
okay. That's what you feel. You know, I always talk about balance in the system. Balance in the system. Talk about the man who has the wound. Talk about the fly that is following the man. If there's a way you look at it, it means you are not considering the women. Nigerian men are rascals. They're randy. I must tell you that. So if you're a wife and you don't feel that your husband is that clean and safe to have sexual intercourse with you, nothing stops you from saying, Oga, if you want to have it, I'll give it to you, but you have to use condom. What do you think about that?
I think that's also that's a smart way to live, because that's another challenge for most women. You know, the mentality that it's family, it's husband, she's my wife. You know, your husband is not settling with you alone. You take the risk of having whatever he carries from the outside. So there's nothing wrong, even if you're married to someone, to ask to use protection, because you don't trust the person. And you access from the safe part of it. So the mentality in some African homes is that once you're married, condom is a taboo to use in your family.
I worked once with BBC Media Action, and we had a brief and some funding to work on HIV/AIDS. Part of the issue we looked at then was distant fathers, what they call distant husbands. You have truckers who drive trucks from Onitsha to Maiduguri. You know, with days they stop at Oborafo, they stop at some of these bus terminals and towns where you have a lot of things going on.
Yes.
And before they will actually finish that trip and come back home, that's an example of a distant husband. When we were doing this, they were encouraged to use condom, especially when you return on that, and you say even the men should, with their clear minds, understand that you cannot, because you're a husband, and you know, take a trip that will clear the whole family. Because once the mother is infected with any STD you are coming back with, even the children are not safe, and you will be reinfected, and you know, so the whole family will clear up. So if they are honest enough and said, until I get a clean bill of health, that I've been on the road, you know, if you say you do not trust me, let's give it to you. So let me use condom until a point I can go. Of course, HIV test and making sure of your status is no more that expensive. So you can quickly bring back paper that will last for about 6 months. But if you are doing it on a regular basis, you return to your base this week and you are out of your base again, be on the road for many days and many weeks. You know, so it's only you we know when you want to have babies, like you said. I work with a boss who before he said when you want to make babies, and I say our babies like a factory.
But it is important too that you know, husbands that are not faithful, loyal to their wives, best known to them, even if it's not worth how it should be, they are supposed to run tests privately for themselves, because most of them live in denial, think they are careful enough and not to transmit anything to their partner. But it's important that they run a test. And I believe why most of them would not want to even use a condom on their wife is because they don't want to give the wife the impression that they are cheating on them, because in most cases their partner may not even be aware of some of the things they are doing. So them using the condom will bring it to the knowledge of the wife that maybe something is going on. That's why my husband is using a condom. And they don't want the wife to know. A friend told me, the Nigerian wives, once you are out of the house for a few days, you have to say out of 100, there are maybe only 2% that will trust their husband is free. So when he said, that my friend told me, you come back and tell your wife, I didn't do anything, no. The wife said, you did. So whether you did it or you didn't did it, according to Uganda man, you did it. So the best thing is to keep peace, use condom until you get clean bill of health. After some time, you go back to your business. But it's also a conscience thing for the man. Once you know you have done randy business and gone on, nobody's promoting that. But where you cannot feel that, you know, please use condom, because you cannot, because you're a husband and set the whole house on fire, and then you know what it is.
Now that you even have USID has pulled out of support, and then
Supposedly.
with the US pulling out the final aid support,
You go choke.
there's viral video that's going there counting the number of HIV victims. ENUGU was about number 5 in the list. Benue was among the second, and I think Lagos and Port Harcourt were. I saw that. If you see the numbers of HIV confirmed, those ones that they have confirmed.
Yes.
But like you said, something you mentioned about HIV, a lot of people live in denial. They are mobile suicide bombers.
Yes.
And you know,
yes.
5 minutes for fun, you set the whole house on fire, and the ultimate thing is that AIDS. And then you know what it takes in this hardship and hunger economy, how you are going to manage that when even the drug now is no more subsidized. You go to say, is there that thing they used to subsidize very free? You go to the teaching hospitals. Now you go there, somebody will say, I can't confirm, but to get a shot of the tablets, you are keeping about 250,000.
No, the drugs now, based on current data, current information, even to run HIV tests is free in government hospitals and some NGOs, and then the drugs too are also free.
Well,
yes.
You will have to confirm that, because since
I
USID...
did a report on HIV.
Okay,
yes,
okay,
yes,
so
I got that
that's interesting. So
yes.
let's come to our Umahi strongman of Ebonyi,
the legal
and the issue that is going on. Let's talk about it.
Well, according to Umahi, he said that the lady and him, they were quite close, that he took the lady as a daughter, and then the lady had a health challenge, that he was closely monitoring, supporting her with treatment, that the accusations leveled against him, they're all false, and he would never do something like that to hurt the child. But it's really surprising that Umahi is having piled up accusations here and there.
The second lady was released a viral video, which nobody is giving publicity about. When big men are involved in this, what the best thing is advised that you give yourself to clean and open probe instead of bringing sentiment. I listened to Dave Umahi, the minister, federal minister of works, where he was saying that his God will fight those who are insinuating anything. When the witch, according to Mike Ginger, is not here this morning, but he said when the witch cries at night and the baby dies in the morning, and we have had several scandals of a woman and the court fainting several times, being carried, saying so many things about one particular person. And they say when a child is crying and pointing to one particular spot, if the father is not there, the mother is there. That is some element of course, it's blood and that runs in the vein of Umahi. Is a very powerful human being. He's healthy, and we expect. But it's not out of place that this is a place you go before, you go there again. When a child goes every morning to pick a dead meat, bush meat, is where one day you go there and find the corpse of the baby, that child. So you may have been doing so many things, and then the Waterloo, that is the final remote of your escapades, will open up. And if you think you are clean-handed, submit to probe. I now see the family should become suspect in this case. You lost your daughter. What is interested is for you to bury the daughter. When people are talking about autopsy, you are writing petition to the IG. When such thing happen, it's no more the family issue. The family can petition to God for the daughter. The daughter is a citizen of Nigeria that required to be protected. Because if what happened in recent past happen in recent present, it can happen to anybody. So the parents, there's muchi that are involved in this, has shown that something did not quite. Because the second lady who were in the same house, we are talking about, according to her, how there were being problems about, let me go and give Bible to my sister and all that, or somebody tying towel to pursue them around and all. The next morning, that corpse, the picture was shown of lacerations over her body and all, and they quickly, when your hands are Why are you doing things that are pointing to the fact to show that something is really wrong?
Well, you can also see it from different angles. What if the family has been threatened that if you don't withdraw this case, this will happen to you? Or what if they've been promised one huge sum of money that do this, will settle you for life, you'll be fine, we'll raise you from grass to grace, we'll make sure we establish you and you're okay. And they've thought about it. What can they do? They can't fight the rich because their daughter is already dead. But they can also,
that's why it gets so dangerous. That's why it gets so dangerous, and that's why most Nigerians are interested in that mystery. When it comes very soon, this Nosabila become another legend that will go into the history of Nigeria. Who killed Nosabila? You know, when the Delegiwa was killed, he trended for centuries, even trending today. And at University of Benin, I remember when we were you go to the toilet, you see who killed Delegiwa as a graffiti on the wall, and the next morning you say, nah, Baba. If you add Gida na Yusabi, that was a Fela's music. But you come and people were building graffiti. They just say who killed Delegiwa. That was what started the graffiti on the wall of a University of Benin toilet, but a main toilet, the male toilet. If later Nigerians study that graffiti as another way of communication, where people come and see graffiti on the public wall, they will add their own. They add their own. At the end of it all, Nayusabi, you can't even put it together because collection of opinions will lead. So when you very soon now you see a graffiti of who killed Nosabila, somebody will ask, it is you. When you add H Nayusabi or whatever, that kind of thing. So it's better if a problem you want to cover, if you don't settle it now and clean hand, whatever is your power and your position, it will rear its ugly head in the future.
So another of my concern is the trend that's settling down and becoming an everyday activity. How ministers and commissioners have one accusations or one accusation leveled against them, and you know the government, their principals seem to be quiet about it and just look at it as if they don't care. And it is concerning because the same thing is happening. You know, the Senate confirmed the nomination of a former Vice Chancellor of the Federal University of Oyo-Ekiti, and that's Professor Abayomi, as a known career ambassador, despite a heated debate over past allegations of sexual harassment and abuse of office.
It happened.
So if you have something like this that's still lingering, has it been cleared? Was there proof that this is not true? If it was not cleared, why go ahead to put somebody that has past records on a public in a public space? One. Number two, we have the likes of Omai having one scandal or the other. What is the government saying? That you're bringing a dent to my administration. You're spoiling our name. This is not how it should be. Should you step aside and clear these allegations? Because it's not supposed to be so. We've come across different cases where foreign office holders, if there's one allegation, anything against them, leveled against them, at one point or the other, they leave their office. Most of them resign that they can't work with this name attached to them, that they rather stay in their integrity than to move in things like this. But you barely see things like that happening in Nigeria, where you see a public office holder having one accusation labeled against him, will still be in authority. They'll even give him more position to supervise more body, more NGO, more stuff going on. And you still see someone that they're about to give an ambassadorial deal, still having past allegations that have not been cleared. It doesn't speak well.
It can only happen in Nigeria, Chris. It can only happen in Nigeria, and it keep happening. And that's what makes a mess of our corporate image as a nation. Why recently the U.S. one person is going to be contest for Senate, and just a scandal, something prop up of 15 years ago of
15 years ago,
and the person said, "I'm not going again because of that," you know. And then a friend was telling me, he said, "We have to be careful." And that person is a politician. He said, "All these small guys that run around, you have to be careful now because you might think you are just having fun. The next moment you have to." Tomorrow you want to go into a political position, somebody come up and said you raped her or you harassed her, you abused her. So Nigerians, we are not learning anything out of what is happening in the whole world. Is Nigeria staying in a world of its own? Why are we deceiving ourselves? Why this abuse and rascality and say what the excesses of people in power? They believe they are gods. Everything you're saying, they sit tight. Even when they're sitting on so many scandals. You talk about the what do you call the international organization, which one that is scandal that has ruined Nigeria is dying gradually. Somebody who is at the center of this or has the cause to sue 15 billion on that, and the government allowed. The person has not stepped aside. So in this case, the Minister of Works, Federal Minister of Works, who had had several scandals, still sitting, facing the press, calling for his God to punish whoever is politicizing death himself. If you're a politician, you're a public figure, somebody died in your house, why not? What makes you think that people won't talk about it?
Of course.
And the manner of death, and it's a woman that's always, you claim is always going with you, there are a lot of things that do not join. We have a King David University that has even School of Medicine and Sciences and very good university in a body. The lady came with you and is staying in your house, in your guest house, and the stories are, we are talking about who seconded her, who is our supervisor, what's the link between Minister of Works and the Minister of Health. There are so many things that do not join. Instead of you to cool down and this, you are threatening everybody who speaks about
and
it.
Remember what you said about Biamila and suing Adeyemi 15 billion naira.
That is that will tell you.
You are accused for something that you are supposed to be among those that are being probed,
and you
are accused. So that means you've already exonerated yourself. In short, it's not true. And at the end of the day, it's looking like the supposed fake DG is becoming a scapegoat because maybe he does not have a voice, he's not empowered to defend himself. But notwithstanding, nobody is calling anybody guilty or not guilty.
We do not say that.
We do not say that.
We say, let it just
independently
let everybody, but you cannot be in top position as chief.
And you've been fingered to be part of something.
Then, the money involved is huge. He has still suing for 15. While the way you're talking about, there's been figures that are there that are over 240 billion. And then the budget of 1.3, so many things, even so many money that involved in that scandal. You are suing for 15 billion. What it shows is that you are showing that something is wrong, you are guilty.
On Wednesday, the Senate, one of the reps there proposed, having an having an independent probe, regarding the fake agency and the likes. And for the second time, that same conversation was denied. That same proposal was denied to have an independent, body to interrogate these people. According to Akpabio, he said that there's no need for them to go into another private investigation since the president had already, set aside the ICPC to investigate the case, giving them 30 days to do that. That if they come up with theirs, it will look like they're overruling that of the president, while the president has already put it in place for this to be sorted out. And you start to ask, what is going on? If the president has his own probing agency working with that, no problem. Can't you also have yours? And we arrive, because looking at the edginess, or shall I say how dicey this situation is, don't you think it won't be so bad? We have two different bodies, and if at the end of the day they arrive at the same thing, Nigerians can be very sure that this is true. Because if this party with the investigation is coming up with this, and this party with the investigation is coming up with this, and the both of them are aligning, then there is no foul play. It's not supposed to be so. It's supposed to be so.
That they will tell you how rascals are in position of authority. They do not care about the people. They just care about themselves. Sort it out. Whatever you feel for yourself. Because if they really care about what people think about them, even by the story of Jesus, that even after all the good things he did, he had to call his disciples one day and say, "Sit down, gentlemen. What do people think of?" Has the people in Nigerian position of authority ever sat down? Even people work with them. You have advisors, retinue of advisors, PAs, PPAs, SSAs. They're just there, eating goro and granola. None of the things they tell the Oga works. They will select you of their kitchen cabinet and work with that. And that is the issue. They will never care about the people. I think we are expecting a guest to join us any moment from now. So what we do is that maybe we call it a day today because Nigerian Wahala don't do it. So we call for a short break on New Day on Signature TV. Don't go away. Our guest will join us quite soon and we continue this discussion. Thank you.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. Most of the times in Nigeria, we expect politicians and people in high position of authority to take the lead of changing what is wrong about our country. But we, over the time, have found some people who have become pathfinders and lead as activists, using their art to do, to advocate for better Nigeria. One of them is somebody who is going to be our guest this morning, talking about Zaki Aze. Zaki Aze is a pioneer hip-hop musician in Nigeria who started his career in 1993. He has successfully carved a niche for himself in the Nigerian music scene. And you remember one of the songs, he says, do not agree for anybody. That's very important. And the thing reigned over time where you start viral video of people saying, do not agree for anybody, not agree for anybody. This morning, we are glad to welcome Zaki Aze on the Zoom on Signature New Day. You are welcome, Zaki.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
We can see you. Don't worry.
Good morning.
Our eyes are seeing you, Zaki. You're welcome. We are glad to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So I know that you have more like a covenant, with the torchlight and all of that. But for many Nigerians that are wondering what brought about the torchlight, which is very unique. I don't think I've seen anything close to that with any popular artist. What brought about it, and why are you still practicing that?
Well, I've said it several times. As of the time that I was starting my music career, there was no hip-hop in Nigeria. I pioneered hip-hop, or one of the pioneers. If you remember, we had Sound on Sound. They reigned for a while, but the hip-hop music didn't really catch, and eventually people went back to reggae, dancehall, and all that. So as of the time I came, I was doing hip-hop, and it was risky. The first challenge was no recording label will even take me in at that time. Eventually, I was able to get EMI, and it was risky. Would hip-hop sell? Would hip-hop not sell? So it was a dangerous venture. I opted to praying. So whilst I was praying, the security man at Kling Studio then in Surulere, Surulere, had his torchlight on the floor. So I me succeed, make me famous, make me rich, and I promise you I will never derail. My music will not be vulgar. I will constantly and permanently acknowledge you all the days of my life in all my ways. And you said we are the light of the world and the salt of the earth. With this torchlight, I am making a covenant with all these things I have said, never to derail and constantly acknowledge you in all my ways. So that's the personal covenant I had with God with the torchlighting. That's why no matter what, any Zaki you see without torchlight is just the fake one.
Interesting.
So that's the story.
Zaki, you are an indigenous of Benue State. You are born and brought up in Kaduna, so you have been shuttling around Nigeria. And with the torchlight, you made covenant to God. We weren't expecting that when you point that torchlight, you will see what people do not see, and see the evil. You're not into vulgar things and of this generation. You want to change this society. That's part of the topic we brought here. What have you done to move the envelope of insecurity of killings and killings in your state, Benue, to come to light, and why the advocacy
Well,
you are leading to do that?
well, I have, if you check my career from the beginning, when it was Kaduna, I did a popular song, where yo, Kaduna. I've always been advocating for peace. I've always been warning ahead of time of this insecurity issues, why we should live together, peace. I think I can boast to say I am arguably the only Nigerian artist who have done more songs on peace and unity than any other artist in Nigeria. If it is not so, bring the artist, name the artist, and let's see how many songs he has done on peace and unity. It's something that I know is the foundation in which all of us stand. In any country without peace, you see what is happening in Iran today and all that. Without peace, we will not be talking like this. So I have done a lot with Benue being my state. If I can do for every other part of Nigeria and Africa, talk less of my own state, I have been advocating for peace and unity. I've even been advocating for peace within our leaders in Benue. I have done songs with even other Benue artists like Rapizo, Udi Woods on peace and unity in Benue State. I've done several songs in regards to Benue State, and I have constantly been talking about it. You know, songs go a long way, and apart from that, it should not end with just singing. Your posture, your lifestyle should also be advocating for peace. Everything about you should be about peace, because you have to also practice what you preach. You know, so I have often been saying that the entertainment industry is huge now. You know our position right now in the world. We are number one as far as entertainment is concerned, especially with music. So you can imagine if all these Nigerian musicians who are very prominent, doing well nationally and internationally, all come together and start advocating for peace. Every banditry, kidnapping, and all this evil you see will end within a month. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. That is why I also sometimes hold the government in the center responsible, because they can also initiate that with the entertainment industry. Everybody loves entertainment. Everybody is on the phone looking at one artist or one entertainer or the other. So you can imagine using the entertainment industry as medium to advocate for peace. You can imagine the government stepping in and calling on all Nigerian artists, especially our three kings. You understand? And all that. All this will change. Even the people who are committing these atrocities, even the Fulani bandits have Nigerian artists that they are great fans to. They speak Hausa, they speak Fulani, we have Fulani artists. In fact, I was planning to do a collab with a Fulani artist, although he's not even in Nigeria, understand, but he's Fulani. In regards to that, we are planning to do a song on peace, you know, so that Nigeria will finally find peace. And this, let's not mistake it, these insecurity issues we're having also has arguably been also traced to the Western influence. Nigeria being a country that has a lot of potentials or a lot of raw materials, like they call us. I just wish that Africa and Nigeria particularly, that is the biggest black nation, will wake up and own its responsibilities to lead the independence of Africa, because it's obvious now to us that we are being used, and there's a negative influence from the Western world, to making sure that we don't unite. If Nigeria unites, the whole of Africa will unite. If Nigeria coughs, Africa will cough. So Nigeria is key. It's very important. That is why there are a lot of sponsors from everywhere to make sure that Nigeria is not united and continue to serve them as raw materials. But apart from that, we as Nigerians, if we don't unite ourselves, if we are not united in our home, how else can we ever be united? You know, it first has to start with we trying to put our house together. That is why I keep pleading to Nigerians, especially the followers. It's not only about the leaders. The followers, one, you will not get involved. You don't want to get involved in politics. You don't want to come in. Nobody's going to give it to you. You take it. Understand? But apart from that, they are always quick. Their contributions is insult. Once a leader does something or once there's something, you know, there are ways of which you can intelligently address an issue and it will make a lot of impact. But just because you have a phone, all they do is insult you. They even discourage people who may be able to get the attention of the leaders when they speak. Such people are also sometimes discouraged from even speaking because they will be insulted, even if they are saying the right thing. So the followers, apart from the leaders, also have their own problem, which we need to address. Everybody needs to be focused right now on our leaders, because that's where our problem is. Our leaders. We must vote right. We must choose right. We must choose right. Vote and wait for your vote. They say, okay, we have been voting, it's not working. So if you have been voting and it's not counting, we want to leave it now. That means you have given up on Nigeria, on your future, on your family. Because whatever affects Nigeria affects everybody, including your family. It will come to that. So if we don't do things about what is going on now, it will increase. I remember a story. I will not forget this story. I was only 16 years old then. No, I was about 12 years old or 13 years old. And we're traveling. And the car parked, I think we had a flat tire or something. We're passing around the eastern states. I think I was traveling to Makurdi and they had to pass through the east. I can't remember what village particularly. As a child, I saw some cows like feeding in somebody's farm. And then I saw the woman, the owner of the farm, an Igbo lady, challenging this Fulani man that, wow, Aboki, this, she was complaining. I was there, I was watching it live when I was small. And the Fulani man responded by, Kai, drove the woman away. In fact, carried something, stoned her, and even like lifted his stick and chased the woman away. So why I'm narrating this story is you could see that this thing has started gradually. It started long time ago, but nobody was checkmating it. Nobody was looking at it. It was not given proper attention. That's why it's escalated to what it is today. And it will still even escalate more if we don't do something drastic about it. So I think the issues of insecurity is what concerns everybody. If you cannot do anything about it, there are two things everybody must do. Pray for Nigeria and give information. Once you see something, say something. That way you have contributed to peace, unity, and progress in Nigeria. It's one thing. Go check my songs from the first time I started. From the first album, there's always a song on peace, unity, and progress of Nigeria, which is what also informs why I also started the program True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, to celebrate Nigerians who have done well and then encourage the ones coming behind, you know,
Yeah,
to do the
Zach,
right thing.
you've made mention of your, of course, your background, in your day-to-day advocacy affair for Nigeria, bringing to light peace and what have you.
Mm,
Beyond entertainment, you've highly involved yourself in social advocacy. You once served
yeah.
as ambassador for human rights, the special marshal for the Federal Road Safety Corps, and then you are really known for trying to bring about unity and peace. But the question now is
Yes.
that other influencers, celebrities, how
Mm.
much are they playing in the role of bringing about peace, advocating for unity, and just like you earlier mentioned, imagine a Fulani person that these bandits in quotes they are fans to. Imagine your mentor, the person you love, is telling you that this thing you're doing is wrong, it's hurting me, it's hurting your family, stop it. Do you know how far this can go? How much do you see our Nigerian celebrities doing to call this to order?
I will score them. Uh, I'll score them maybe 20 over 100 because they are really not doing much in regards to that. Because, um, like I've said, music is so. You go to a concert, you see people crying. Some people pass out because of the love they have for their fans, their celebrities. I mean, the artists or the celebrity they love. People go to any. You can now imagine the power of the kind of strong influence they have on people, and this even the cultists, the bandits, the kidnappers, the when they want to celebrate, what do? They play the same music. You can now imagine them having a great fan, someone they really like, singing about peace and unity. It will go a long way. But I remember the Goodluck Jonathan's regime. Goodluck Jonathan used a lot of celebrities to campaign, and you saw the effect eventually. You saw the effect. I was one of those who campaigned for him. I was paid to do a song, and I did it well. And he went far, and he helped, seriously helped for him to win election. That's the power of the entertainment industry. It's also the only industry that can wipe unemployment from the face of Nigeria. Yes, we have a lot of youths. I can guarantee you that 95% of Nigerian youths are interested in show business. They are interested. And there's a lot of money in the entertainment industry. I can tell you that for sure. I don't think even the oil industry has more money than the entertainment industry. It's just that our government are a little bit relaxed. Imagine what they have achieved without government support. You can now imagine government putting its weight now on the entertainment industry, putting the right people in the right place, not putting leaders by sentiment or or but by what's the word again? By merit. A lot of job creation, employment, banditry, all this evil in our society we reduce because it's the youths that they use to commit these things. It's the same youths. Old men cannot go and start committing. Check all the people you see on being arrested, being killed. They're all young people. They're all young people. So there's a lot music can do. It's just the government at the center are not seeing it in that form. They are more particular about, especially election, campaign, who gets this position, how much money I can keep for my family. What baffles me truly and sincerely about leaders and politicians, I don't understand. If you are driving a car and another car is in front of you and it falls into a big hole, a big gallop, the only normal thing for you to do is to avoid it because you are behind. But these politicians come and don't learn lessons from those who have been there before them, who embezzled money, who have spoiled their lineage, have destroyed their name. Right now, there are some leaders that you cannot even mention their names outside. They will insult you. Their families are even ashamed to answer their names. You know? And you by the grace of God, get to this position of leadership instead of living a good example, leading by example, doing the right thing so that posterity will remember you forever. Every time they mentioned your name, they say name is better than money. All the previous politicians who have accumulated, now they are dragging them. Some of them are in court every day. It's not even about the court every day. It's not even about them being in prison or they are destroying. They have killed their image. Their name is destroyed. Their generation destroyed. Because when they talk about your father or when they talk about your name, once they mention your name, people gossip behind you, people laugh at you. And tomorrow, if you go out for any political position, it will also affect you. So you see, there's all the monies they steal and put this country in the condition where it is. That is why, honestly, this is my personal opinion. I know I will be crucified for this. But if you check the positions of leaders that we have had from the beginning of Nigeria up till now, you would agree with me that the Northerners have had more chances, but yet poverty is highest in the North. Can you explain that? So what are they doing? And then once there's another leader who is not from the North, they start running up and down. You know, they want to, they look for every, you understand? So Nigeria does not belong to anybody. All we want in Nigeria is not where you are coming from, but a good leader. That's as far as I'm concerned, a good leader. Without a good leader, the country will be destroyed. Once the country, ordinary flood, natural disaster like flood. When flood comes, does it ask you whether your father, you are Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo? He doesn't ask you that. That's how it is with war. That's how it is because Nigeria is virtually at war now. Almost in every state. In every state, people are being killed, kidnapped for ransom. You know, it's horrible. I think more. I know they are trying. The military, the armed forces of Nigeria, the police, and everybody are trying, but I don't think the government at the center is giving that enough attention. After all, we still have unemployment in Nigeria. What is the capacity of the Nigerian police? The entire staff of Nigerian police, how many are they? And you expect those limited or those small number of policemen to combat crime in Nigeria that is almost 300 million? What? Go to travel abroad and see. In every corner, you see a policeman, kitted, well equipped. In fact, by looking at the policeman, you'll be afraid to commit crime So I think one of the things I am advocating for, especially in regards to Nigerian police, is that they should employ. There's unemployment, and the policemen are not enough to handle the situation. They are doing well, but you need capacity. They need to employ, if you ask me, maybe like 20,000 or 50,000 more men of police, Nigerian police. Because Nigeria is 300 million. So what's wrong with even employing 2 million or 5 million more policemen into the system? Because that's the only way. Well, yes, we can only continue
Yes.
to talk about this, but I really think, like, if the question you asked, if only entertainers would give more attention, especially Nigerian entertainers, just the same way we started music and we were battling with Nigerians. Then it was 95% Western music. Most stations, TV stations, radio stations like you don't even play Nigerian music. Then it was foreign music, Western music. We were struggling. And then what even helped us was Nigerians in diaspora. When the Mohids came to Nigeria with their expertise, they were living abroad. They are Nigerians. The Dibanch, Don Jazzy, the Banky W, Tiwa Savage, all these names I've mentioned were abroad doing music. By the time they came with their expertise and joined force with us, Nigerians were forced to accept Nigerian music. That is the breakthrough of the music industry in the entire Africa.
Yes.
Why
Yes,
Nigerian music is ruling.
Zaki, let me just add. You were once the president of PMAN,
Vice
and
President,
one time you
yes.
resigned. You have
Yes.
mentioned so many about unity. They were saying that united will move on, then divided will fall.
We
With
fall,
all the
yes.
big names in Nigeria entertainment industry, what effort is being made now to gather them together, to put effort together to fight whatever evil that is. You just imagine a show where all the big names you are talking about come together to do a show to save Nigeria. You remember during the days of Michael Jackson and his producer, how they gathered the USA
Yes.
America or USA for
Yes, we are
Africa,
the world.
and
Heal the world.
you know, and the boom, and what they use the outcome to do. Is their plan on the way to do so for Nigeria now that we have even world-class musicians and the people love them? From what you have said, if they come together to do a show like that, just to stop insecurity, mostly, what do you think will happen? And what are the plans to do such things?
You see, it has to be someone, an ombudsman or woman, or someone who has great influence. That's why I keep going back to the government that will be able to pull this set of artists together. Another way out is PMAN. If PMAN was not in crisis, if their house was together, you know, which is the same thing I keep talking about, leadership and even followers. People criticize, but when they give you one small leadership position, how do you handle it? And yet you are criticizing the leaders on top. You that is just a supervisor or a director or a head of department, how are you treating the people there? You know? So I think this has a lot to do with also our attitude, you know, which still boils down to the country, because if you don't believe if your attitude does not inform you that you have to do certain things or make certain decisions that will contribute to building Nigeria as a nation where there will be peace and progress, then that is what I meant when I said followers. That's why as I took it down to that level, I have also mentioned P-Man here now. You see, if, for instance, P-Man is in order, P-Man can now move, and that's why we encourage bills in the National Assembly. We pass bills in the National Assembly, and it's a body, it's a front that can interact with the government in regards to entertainment, in regards to issues that has to do with peace, unity, how the entertainment industry can also enhance peace, unity, and progress in Nigeria, but they are fighting. They are always fighting. Greed. We were doing very well in P-Man before. Once some money, we were able to get some money, instead of using the money properly to move forward and do the needful. Greed came in, and another fight. That is why I simply pulled out instead of spoiling my name. Like I said before, it's better to keep a good name than any fraudulent activity. So I think that what the question you have asked me, it has to come from, like the government, like the president. That
Zaki,
way, all the artists,
can you hear me?
Would listen, will come together and do the needful. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. We are so behind time. Thank you so much for being part of the program this month. We look forward to having you. We look forward to having you some other time, learn more about the entertainment industry and what is happening with other artists. It's been a great time having you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We'll be jumping off for a short musical break from Zaki himself. Let's enjoy one of his pieces. We'll be right back.
It would be good if we enjoy one of his music to wrap it up.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us, Zaki.
Thank you.
We'll see you again next time.
All right.
All right.
To the Jaws, the Shekiris, Urobo, Ife, Moda Keke, Tif, Juku, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, Yorubas, Igbos, Hausawa, Zango Kata, Nigerians and Africans in general. We beg you all, for the sake of God, for the sake of our children and our children's children, to please forgive and make peace. We want you all to remember that every time you kill, what you kill is your brother. What you kill is your sister, father, mother, and eventually. Star muna zamambu to yanzu dai karkashe juna muke gandu kanmu yan uwa ne. In sai ka rama ni ma na rama to karkashe juna muke kashe Igbo, kar kashe juna muke. In ka kashe Yoruba, kar kashe juna muke. In ka kashe Musulmi, kar kashe juna muke. Ko ka kashe Kirista, kar kashe juna muke. Ba zai so irin nan ba, Sadauna, ba zai so irin nan ba. Shugaban kasa, ba zai so irin nan ba. Zai so irin nan ba. Inna ta mutu, ya mutu, gogo an kashe, yara sun mutu, mama ta mutu. Wayo Kaduna.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken this road by before.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
All right, thank you for still staying with us. It's been an amazing and exciting morning where we've discussed a couple of things, regarding what's happening in society and also, what's on the national dailies. Stay with us. We'll be back after the short break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
The Senate Committee on Finance has expressed concern over the rising cost of medicines in Nigeria, urging the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control (NAFDAC) to recommend practical measures that will make drugs more affordable for Nigerians. The committee made the call during an investigative hearing on the remittance of internally generated revenue and operating surplus into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, covering the 2023 to 2025 fiscal years. Chairman of the committee, Sani Musa, said the high cost of pharmaceuticals have become a major concern, stressing that the government may need to review fiscal policies affecting local drug manufacturers.
If you look at what is happening today, especially doing with the cost of drugs in this country are still very high. So the only area you can look at is to tell the manufacturers is either we increase their duty excise or their levy, or they should maintain within operational level that you can be able to function very well. You can advise us as a committee. We can look at that. We have done that with Custom and Excise Act in the area of sugar on the basis of held ground, we did something that increased the levy on sugar, on all these, what do you call these drinks? Sugary, carbonated drinks.
Musa said the reconciliation meeting became necessary following discrepancies between figures submitted by NAFDAC and that of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission regarding operating surplus and deductions. Presenting the agency's financial records, NAFDAC Director General Professor Mujishola Adeyeye disclosed that the organization generated 18.7 billion naira in 2023, 29.8 billion naira in 2024, and 39.6 billion naira in 2025, reflecting consistent growth in internally generated revenue. Adeyeye told the committee that the agency had remitted about 3.9 billion naira as operating surplus between 2007 and 2023 before financial constraints affected its operations.
Oh, sorry, that is the total. IGR is actually 14.01 billion. So if we add those two together plus ABC together, yes, it comes to 18.73 billion naira for 2023, sir. Yes.
2024 is 29.8.
Yes. 2024 is 29.85 or 86 billion, and 2025
is 39.
Yes, sir, 39.6 billion roughly. So those are what we have realized.
So what was the target in those years? Did you pass your target?
Yes,
or
we passed our target.
What was the target? And by what percentage did you?
I think it was 10%. We didn't prepare or did reflect rather the percentage in terms, but we overshoot our target.
Is there any operating surplus that you have not remitted?
Yes, there is an operating surplus we have not remitted.
For which year?
It is up from 2007, before I knew what NAFDAC was.
All right, so in as much as this is interesting to see the scrutiny going on, it is also important that if this same energy can be put into other sectors, in the country where men are operating, favorable men in quotes, men that are favorites to maybe the presidency and other administrations, if they're also scrutinized like this, I want to believe that we'll get more accountability and people will be responsible for some of the figures that they put out there. But I'm not trying to deviate. Now I'm coming back to the cost of drugs, which you earlier mentioned, that came up on the newspaper this morning. It is also important that the Senate raised this, the fact that they know that it also starts from the manufacturer itself, because if the drugs from the manufacturer is less, the people selling the pharmacy out there will also reduce the cost. But it's also important for the Senate to understand that these manufacturers, they didn't come from the sky. They are living in a place where things are cost. If they're in Nigeria, produce some of these drugs in Nigeria, the cost of electricity is also part of it. The cost of logistics is also part of it. Now, most of these drugs, when they move their drugs from one location to the other, you see all those people on the highway, the money they take from them, they add everything together to eat. So you also look at security angle too. They know what they pay in most communities, most areas where they produce these drugs and have their locations. They know what they pay to security personnel to reduce, the attacks that would have happened on them. So all of these things put together also are part of the reasons why some of these drugs are expensive. And we don't want to talk about the ones that are being imported.
Chris, what you said, Nigeria, we have good policies. We have good template of governance. Is implementation. I know that in Nigeria we like to speak Dogo Trenchi. and we'll be speaking derogatory, things will be spoiling and spoiling. Yeah, last gate says things start small. Everybody will go to sleep. Where was Nigerian Senate when Swifa left Nigeria, the shore of Nigeria? Roach, M&B, Mayan Baker. Where was the Nigerian Senate when gradually all the industries, the pharmaceuticals, the internet, the one that we call multinationals, that if they're operating and they're operating from here, these drugs, at least you are sure of their quality.
Yes.
And then, of course, the cost will come down, because my people say that pepper will always be more potent where it was grinded. Now, we watch this, the city sitting down talking. They did it for customs. What are we doing now to rectify? Because the NAFDAC that sat there and the really now figures they made it for raiding fake drug market. Some of the money they're making were what they made from a head bridge, and it's a head bridge market, where the head of the house, like you have used the word, refused to play its supervisory function. The children go haywire. Now you allow things spoil to the point that all the manufacturing, pharmaceutical industries in Nigeria left Nigerian shores because of what you mentioned: cost of production, no electricity, no even manpower. The universities that are supposed to turn out pharmacists, some of them, you stay 12 years, you have not graduated because the ASU is on strike permanently. Then, when they manage to come out, the parents will sell the little that left for them to go abroad. So, we are busy having squirrel in our bag, and we went to plant maize. It's not working. These are things that, if you have planned to succeed, you start from the word go. Do not allow anything to err. Once you allow anything to err, then you continue to pay, especially in a complex nation like Nigeria. So, now that the drugs are not there, the SNL, 60, we did here on this table, newspaper review, 60,000 in 1 year left. How many? We have less than 55,000. And they're talking about medical personnel, not medical doctors. We're talking about the medical team, from physiotherapists to microbiologists to, before you go to the doctors, whoever is left here as a doctor is an old man who cannot travel again, and they occupy a position of consultants, and they'll be managing. When they manage to see 3 or 2 people, they will take another 1 hour break or 2 hours and go for the whole day. So you go to our hospitals, they are death traps. The little private organizations that are managing to survive come with high costs. I've told you this morning, I'm a living example. If I begin to mention names, it will be against the ethics of operation. My daughter is in the hospital as I'm talking. Within yesterday and now that we're there, the bill I was given, and bill, not the bill, give you, and when you come, they give right to about 20 tests you will do, because that's where they get the money, because all the operators, maybe they subletted those practices. You have to go for tests for urine, go test for this. They will put their money and give you the bill separate. They will tell you how much you deposit for you to be admitted. Then I start giving you a bill to go and buy this drug, buy this drug, buy this drug. Before you treat common malaria or a severe one in Nigeria, 70,000 naira minimum wage will become a curse. Chris, we are not at home. Our health sector is, because the people who will talk about it are sitting down there. Look at how they are talking about. See, we watched how they're talking about the cost of drug, grappling. When any of them gets sign of malaria, it flies out. If there's a law that if you're a lawmaker in Nigeria or a person is big positions in Nigeria, you can't leave this country for medical treatment, then we know we have started. No, honestly, if you're a minister of education, nobody in your nuclear and interior, you will school abroad. We are deceiving ourselves, Chris. I don't want to get emotional this morning. The drug here, maybe, Because even if you earn 29 million as allowance as a senator, by the time you are nuclear and extended family begging for money to treat OKK is sick, will go to the line up in your residence in Abuja, not even in village. Some of them don't go to them. Some of them have not been to their village. If you swear, some of them have not been to their village in the last 3 years because they are afraid.
What would they tell the people there?
Now, what even they tell? So the ones that manage because sick to go, if you have the number to every day send the money, this person is sick. By the time they now see, that's why they're looking at. Once they make the price of drug, these fake drugs, NAFDAC is just there. NAFDAC is now an image of its own. I don't want to go into that because what they did at Headbridge on Isha, a lot of people spoke about it. They didn't respond. And the money and the corruption that went with that is still NAFDAC. They have not proven it to the world. But that's by the way. So they can face Senate and say what they're doing, what they're doing. How is NAFDAC supposed to be making money? Is NAFDAC a commercial bank? They go back and see that we make this million in 2007. Made this. Now they don't have money again. That's why the operation has started. Where do you see NAFDAC getting operating? Is it only in Onitsha you have a drug market? They go to Aba, they open articles on the consumables, food, fake, because there is room. So
another angle to this is also how expensive some of the equipment used for laboratory activities are. One of the seminars at conferences I attended some time ago, the guest speaker there was explaining how some of these machines that are used for one test or the other have to be imported and how much they cost. And if they get here, if just one part of it gets spoiled, that only one part, we're looking at 20 million naira to fix that part. These things are expensive. And then we're also talking about advanced technologies that we use in the hospitals. Most of the hospitals that are actually using something close to advanced technologies, these things are expensive to use them. He opened my eyes in that conference, and that also could be one of the reasons why these drugs and these lab stuff are expensive.
We have teaching hospitals that have budget from Federal Ministry of Health.
That's the thing.
If the federal government cares about health, you are not expecting an individual who want to open a pharmaceutical to be manufacturing Panadol to go and get high-tech machines. Before this government came into power, a sachet of Panadol is 15 naira. It is 750 naira now in a local, not to talk about when you are in Abuja and go to a pharmacist to buy, it's about 1,500. Panadol. And you say that this is the leg now we take to reach Umuahia. And we're not, listen, we need to, if the government think health is its priority, why do we go to renovate certain house with Northern Barracks, Vice President house with that amount of money?
Billions.
This money we are recovering from whoever you mapped as political. They were talking about Bachalut. As a kid, I started hearing about Bachalut until I get old as I am. Where is the money? Who got it? What was it used for? Because if you recover money, you put it. Where is an agency of government that at least, because government will do a pilot of something you want others to do. Where we have national pharmaceutical service, where they have machines. Even if you have a formula, you take it there, they manufacture for you and pay government, you take it away to the market. Now that individuals can afford it. When before technology was Nigeria, were Nigerians dying like this? Why were we treating all the sickness we were treating? So you pursue technology and leave in medicine, some people still do certain tests without going into this digitalization of issues, and they still achieve results. Digitalization is to make it more fast and all, and they make it work smart. But if you know, I will remember as I grew up as a kid, where they use hot water to sterilize injection. Injection they use in hospital, maybe it's one injection in one hospital. They will cook the injection in hot water, 100 degrees centigrade, water boiling. They remove it with those things they use to keep it when it's cool. They put it and inject you. You go home. We having mortality rate like that now? Excuses will always be there. Why we did not succeed? Nigerians are good at excuses. Digital equipment this, equipment this, equipment this. The ones that we are operating here that had that capacity to upgrade, you allow them japa. Not even human beings. I'm talking about international pharmaceutical companies with no name all over. I was growing up to know of M&B. If you say it's M&B, that's Panadol then. But they are producing so many drugs. Only few Nigerian indigenous drug companies are in Nigeria. At the cost they operate, you pay per power, this. So you can imagine what is happening there. Because you use yourself to know what's happening in other people's house. So there are, we brought an expert there. You were here, the man from United Nations, and he was telling us about systematic failure. It's collapsed. It's not something you watch things collapse. If you want to start again, start from gradual building up things, and not when you want to jump gun to. And that if you want to jump gun, that's what's happening to our development. A man will buy a car that he will start from 30 miles away with a remote control, but he doesn't know what goes into a spoke of a bicycle. So we want to jumpstart to do follow. So we continue to spend this money until we come back home to reflect and start building. We can't, and that's what the international community has made Nigeria to do. This is a country with so much resources that they make you a consumer instead of producer. And it pays them well.
All right, then. So that's how far we go on this segment of the show this morning. We'll be coming back for the retrospective. We'll take a look at some of the activities we had during the week. We know you've been busy and you couldn't really catch up with some of the things we discussed. You can stay back and enjoy that very one. Please don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are attached to the consensus whereby he said that everybody, every candidate, well, number one, only cleared candidates can contest in the can be part of the consensus. Number two, he says that every candidate has to agree for the consensus to be effective. Now, talk about implementation. Remember that we already said that all Nigerian politicians are cut from the same cloth. You understand? Now, with the consensus, because that's what happened here. People did not even bother with the direct primaries. Where it happened, it was so chaotic that they had to just scrap it. In NDC, in ADC, in APC, in PDP, and all. In fact, all the political parties did was secure a date from INEC. Now, the Electoral Act says that for consensus to happen, that all the candidates must agree. And for all the candidates to agree, and even when a single candidate does not agree, they have to revert to the direct primaries. Now, looking at the timing and all that, if there are disagreements and they are racing to submit names and upload with INEC. The whole timing system will hinder political parties to be able to go back for direct primaries after the consensus have also seemed to fail. Now, let's also look at what methods that some of these political parties employed to try to cheat the system. They began to screen out people they feel will give them problem with the consensus. If they see you as being very assertive, they don't have to give you any reason to screen you out, and you are no longer eligible to participate in the consensus from the word go. So what we have today is that people, the political parties or the people who bankroll them are now imposing candidates. But the route is actually beyond what we have today. You find out that in Nigeria, gradually excellence was thrown out through the window. Over the years, we began to quoterize leadership. We began to quoterize positions, even most sensitive positions. We've had a Chief Justice of this Federation in recent times that did not attend the conventional law school. He was an Islamic law scholar, and he became the Chief Justice of the nation. Nothing happened. We had a country where selection of judges, magistrates are now done by politicians, where they begin to empower their spouses and their cronies to become judges and magistrates, so that they just so that they will control the judicial system. We recently in Nigerian Senate, a senator stood up to say that he helped a lot of his colleagues to win their matters in the courts because his wife was a judge, and nothing happened to. There was no inquiry, no serious inquiry, and nobody has ever been held. I mean, this man voiced out what we already know. So it is a gradual introduction of in-house in the Nigerian system. It has climaxed in our political selection system, but it happens in the recruitment into jobs. We don't hear about advertisement into NNPC, into CBN recruitment, into the key national assets. Nobody talks about their recruitment. You just see people who are working in these facilities. Of course, the slots are used to settle high-profile politicians. So gradually, what we see today, especially the zoning or quoterization of positions, it kind of reduced the quality of competitions. So sometimes when something is zoned to a particular zone, you find out that either you do not find ably qualified people, or ably qualified people are simply not interested. What happens is that you begin to make do, and gradually the political gladiators, if what we now call stakeholders, have taken over the responsibility of deciding people who will occupy these positions. And how do they come to decide these things? It is very amorphous. They can't even define it. Sometimes it's just based on loyalty, either to the party or to individuals who have influence inside the party, or just to cronies or relatives. So Nigerian political recruitment has become prebendal in nature. It's about, Europe, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. And here we are today. Look at the parliament. A parliament that used to have the likes of Uche Chukwumerejina, Chuba Kanibo, and so on and so forth. Today we are seeing all kinds of comic actors in the National Assembly. Do they even do any parliamentary job? They don't hold the executive accountable. The laws they turn out, like the one we are talking about today, causes more problem than solving problems. And a democracy that had lasted since 1999 to date, it's expected that we will have had amendments or propounded laws that will enhance the democracy. But the laws we turn out each year, they are also reactionary, and they intended to cheat the system, and at the end of the day, what we get is chaos.
All right, so while we are still looking at the whole process of recruitment in political offices, can we also take a look at certificates? Is it really, really necessary? Because we are looking at, since we're talking about leadership, okay, there are people that they are blessed with the leadership skills, the qualities, to be leaders, and they don't necessarily need to have PhDs and all those big certificates, so to speak. With just an SSCE, one is supposed to be in office. Maybe that will help reduce the rates of forgeries we hear here and there. You don't even have to must have completed your NYC or even go for NYC. You don't even have to attend university. As long as one can see some sense of good leadership in you, and of course you can read and write. Shouldn't that be,
I think sometimes, like I said before, there is a temptation to oversimplify Nigerian problems. Now, talking about qualification and the certificate forgery, it's not an isolated problem. When you demand for certificates, it puts pressure on those who are aspiring for positions and they begin to forge. When you remove certificates, you can also diminish the quality of individuals that you have in National Assembly. But that's also not an isolated problem on its own. Now, the culture of constituency projects, we are supposed to fund legislatures, whereby even if they do not have certain technical knowledge, they can have a staff that will complement what they're doing. But we find out that the funding of the legislature today is for them to go and begin to provide infrastructure that should have been left for the executive to do. So Nigerian legislatures are leaving the legislative responsibilities to begin to
Whether he succeeded or not is now left for history. There's a particular hymn, because I'm a Christian, and I will use what I know to refer to situations. There's a particular hymn in Anglican Church. That hymn said, by their works they shall be remembered. Only be remembered by the works they have done. Said, it will pass away, we fade away like stars of the morning. That loses its luster when the song comes out. He said, just like that the people will go, but they can be remembered by their works. Muhammad Buhari, that time, when people will use his name for so many things, even threat and tell you Buhari. It's now history. Buhari is being remembered 1 year after by the works he has done, and that's what we are doing here. The ones who has done well should serve as inspiration to the people in power now. And where he has made mistakes as a human being who is mortal, should serve as, also as an inspiration where to pick from and change. And we remember that the president, the incumbent president, said he's continuing from where Buhari stopped. And the question is, during the reign of Buhari, we were crying that the fuel, price of dollar exchange, naira exchange to foreign currencies, so many things. But give it to him. This is a man in some other platform I've described that when he saw the hugeness of certain decisions he should take, he managed it. So instead of, like the Igbo say, going to remove the one in your stomach and you go there, use your leg to pick some and come back, he remained the status quo ante and managed the situation because Buhari was very close to the Talakawas, the masses. He couldn't take the decision of removing subsidy. We don't want subsidy, here we are. So when you look at Buhari, when Nigeria thought he was worse, we could look back in nostalgia and say, hey, how we wish it is Buhari time. Because you cannot compare a bag of rice of 7,000 naira with a bag of rice of 75,000 naira. You cannot compare 165 naira fuel with 1,500 naira fuel. So if you are remembering, and they only send the Shetima to go and make speech there, this government should go there to look at studying what Buhari did. Because my father told me that when the elephant is stealing the ground, that the tortoise will think that they watered the ground. He wouldn't know his power of elephant that make him to kill easily. That is the Igbo translation of that proverb. So when Buhari was there, tilling the ground, some people thought he could do better. And when you get there, it's certain people, by your work, people will remember you. The present government will be remembered by theirs, just like we are remembering Buhari. And everybody who holds power, you know, it's transient. Nobody knew that the big Buhari that's bigger than life. You know, remember, some of you were not born when Buhari's journey into power of Asarok started, and how he has been a strong man when he wants to take decision. You will tell him, he said, I know. He is not moved by By sentiment, he will still, but he cares about people. Now that we are, that the Igbo say, when a woman marries two husbands, he will not choose. Bet me. I'm a broadcaster, I'm not supposed to hold opinion. But I am sitting here to tell you, I would have preferred. At that time, it was like we are, but if they bring Buhari back, I would choose him over anything before I see a new thing. Because it's only what you experience you can choose from. You can't choose from what you do not know.
Okay. All right. So, your thoughts?
Well, I vehemently disagree with my senior colleague on his adulation of President Buhari. Nobody should wish for a Buhari, not even against a Tinubu. Buhari has the special opportunity of ruining Nigerian economy twice in his lifetime as president. He did it in 1984. He came back in 2015 and repeated it this time around in a more gigantic dimensions. Buhari met a growing economy and they destroyed it. Buhari introduced millions of Nigerians into multi-dimensional poverty. Buhari lost touch completely with the population. By the way, he said that Buhari is in contact with the Talakawas. I think that was only to the extent of elections. Because when he was military president, we know about the repressions that happened under his regime. He used the war against the discipline and the military to suppress civilians, jailed journalists, jailed politicians without trials. And when he wanted to come back as president, he began to cry to the masses. And when he got an opportunity, what did he do? He created more extreme poverty, more than any president in our history, not even a Tinubu. How does he love the masses if he's going to throw them into poverty? Buhari displays his priorities as president, constructed railways to another country when Nigeria needs a lot more of infrastructure. His singular achievement would be building a helipad for his personal use. Under Buhari, there were so many high-profile corruptions that he denied. When a governor was caught on camera hiding dollars under his cap, Buhari said it was AI. Under Buhari, remember the Minister of Aviation that built heaven on earth as his personal infrastructure. The Nigerian A saga was launched and so many other scandals. Under Buhari, Sadia Omar Farouk was the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and she was accused of embezzling over 37 billion naira. Under Buhari, Abubakar Malami, as the Attorney General, he is currently facing 16 counts of money laundering of 8.7 billion. Under the same Buhari, had the CBN Governor Godwin MFL, who is currently facing charges under EFCC for countless embezzlement. Ahmed Idris, the Accountant General's was said to have embezzled 80 billion naira. Babakar Lawal, SGF, he's been accused of diverting 20 billion, and so on and so forth. There were forgeries. Buhari was simply not in charge of his government. Nigerian inflation multiplied by intense under Buhari. Buhari borrowed money against the future. He traded off future oil to borrow money, and there was no infrastructure to show for it. At least Tinubu is making some efforts, and I feel very awkward having to even defend Tinubu because Buhari was mentioned. Today, you see ENUGU Port Harcourt Expressway under serious construction. You see ENUGU Expressway under serious construction, and efforts in various sectors of the economy. What infrastructure did Buhari touch in Nigeria? The poverty was worse, education was worse, and even security. As a former military general, even his home state became ravaged by insecurity under his watch. He did not make any attempt to bring back the Fulani headsmen that shared tribal connections with him. He didn't do anything to that effect. Buhari appointed for the first time a Chief Justice of the Federation that was not a secular lawyer. He made an Islamic scholar the Chief Justice of the Federation. The tribalism under Buhari, it was under Buhari that people threw away federal character. There was no effort to balance the government appointment. Buhari opened the floodgate for his kids and kin to benefit directly from the government. Buhari introduced prebendalism and nepotism in dimensions that have never been seen in this country. Buhari's presidency was a wasted 8 years. Nigeria should never experience another Buhari. Maybe because our culture, we should not speak ill of the dead. But nobody should even wish them. You see, another Nigeria has no president than Buhari.
Okay, so while he just looked at Buhari's administration from the worst and the failures, let's also look at it from the achievements and some of the successes he encountered during his administration. Buhari had infrastructure developments. He completed massive long-stalled projects, including Second Niger Bridge. And we're looking at the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna railway lines and the rehabilitation of major federal highways. He also had agricultural revolution, launched the Anchor Borers program, which significantly boosted local rice production and pushed Nigeria toward agricultural self-sufficiency. Of course, that period, many people complimented him. They commended him for the boost in agriculture. He also looked at the anti-corruption tools and asset recovery and forced the Treasury Single Account TSA to centralize government revenue and successfully recovered billions of dollars in looted state funds. Still under Buhari's regime, Petroleum Industry Act, that's the PIA, signed the landmark PIA into law in 2021, overhauling the legal and regulatory framework of Nigeria's oil and gas sector after decades of legislative delays. Still under Buhari, he upgraded the Nigerian Armed Forces by acquiring Super Tucano aircraft and other platforms severely degrading and the operational capacity of Boko Haram insurgents in the northeast. All right, these were other under Buhari and some of the successes that Nigerians achieved. But looking at the bad part of it, just as you mentioned, another angle was that exploding national debt. That was a concern and part of it. But no government is perfect. There is always...
We're not looking at the perfectness. I'm just saying, if you have to choose, the incumbent government has borrowed money that Nigeria has not borrowed in 65 years of independence. So, if you look at a governor that sits, you have so many things, like we said, nobody is here to make, 1 year is not enough in my church to make somebody a saint. He has to look at through your records of what you did over time and see the potency of when I mention your name, can somebody's sickness be healed? You know, and they will make you a saint. So we are just starting. This is just 1 year. So barely like a human being, whether his remnant has decayed under the earth, we're just starting to remember him. When it gets to the time to make him either a saint or a devil, we will get there. We are not looking at few things we can pick out of his reign and say, if I have to choose, I didn't say for us to choose.
That's your opinion.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Because the man there, listen, somebody know that Buhari was a minister of oil even when he was civilian. He was into oil. Several angles of being in oil. Then before he became a president and become substantial also, Minister of Oil and Gas. He had the opportunity of when people were saying subsidy, subsidy, subsidy. You know, because he has been going to Geneva, OPEC Council and knowing when you remove subsidy, what will happen. So he managed that. I'm not saying he's a perfect human being, but I'm saying he get to a point where certain decision I will take that will throw everybody off. I will restrain myself on doing that.
Mr. Chris, let's talk numbers here. I mean, we are broadcasters. Buhari did not remove subsidy.
Yes.
Because he didn't know how to go about it. I'm not comparing Buhari and Tinubu here. Let's talk about...
But if we have to do, let's do that.
Buhari came into a government that promised change. Nigeria was experiencing less than 30% poverty when he took over. And at the end of his regime, we have 3.1% of Nigerians in multi-dimensional.
So where are we now?
Excuse me, that is 133 million people. It has never been so. This government, you are forcing me into a debate on Tinubu.
No, I'm not. No, don't. I'm just saying
that. Let's focus on. Do you know how the point newspaper described Buhari? The point newspaper described Buhari as being in perpetual denial. That was perpetual denial. Buhari's government did not even understand the enormosity of the problems. Buhari had no hang on the situation. Do you know how much inflation? Is it so far away that we can remember? Under Buhari, 133 million Nigerians out of 200 million became extremely poor, even by Nigerian indices.
We have to benchmark whatever we're saying.
Are we benchmarking it from where he took over, from a government that he vehemently campaigned against? He promised change. And it was Buhari that said, is $1 or $1 to 150 naira okay for you? No. What happened? Dollar plunged to over 400 naira under Buhari. Under Buhari, the out of school children skyrocketed. Under Buhari, Nigeria began to have severe budget deficits. I'm talking about currently this government does not even have the resources to meet up with our budget demands because the Buhari administration traded future oil. He borrowed against the future, not the present. See, there was no regime for 8 years. There's nothing to compare Buhari with. See, in the time we idolize Buhari, the military man, because who we desire for a strong man has gone.
Yeah.
The way you look at the numbers, there is nothing. See, the most regrettable thing that has happened in our history, especially under the return to democracy, is a Buhari. Let's not go there. I mean, he's dead. Let's give him his flowers. He was a nice guy to his family and to his close friends, but he was a tragedy being the president of Nigeria.
Well, if you say tragedy, we have just one year of memory. We have to pick from different sides, and when you balance it up, you find out that Nigeria is really a complex nation. And once our leaders understand how complex Nigeria is, they will know the enormous job facing them. It's not enough to go to the street and say we occupy Nigeria and you move the people in office and then go there. But we expect that you must have a blueprint of what to do. And what I'm saying is like, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying from where we are, the benchmark of where we are today, what are we feeling like? What is happening? If we say
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
crimes, why state police handles local security and crime, which is the essence of this extent. But where we're talking about is what comes next. And then what are we talking about? We expect that it needs 2/3 majority vote of both the Senate and the House of Reps to pass through. And at least 24 out of the 36 states in Nigeria to our National Assembly, State Assembly to pass it. And finally, the president must sign it into law for it to become legal. I think part of why we're having push and pull is because this thing required what they call constitutional, the amendment over the Constitution of Nigeria. But you mentioned something. If our National Assembly, that's the green chambers and the red chambers, have decided to be independent and, of course, take the responsibility of being the another major arm of our governance system. They should have insisted on certain things that have what they call take out time to study both what they have discussed and that of the presidential bill, instead of throwing the baby away with the bathwater, hoping that all is well. Power intoxicates, and I think the essence of having a template of the three arms of government that to have checkmate each other is that everyone must stand his ground and push to prove yourself relevant in the governance system. Instead of when Mark Ginger talks here, I say, I agree with you, and then Chris talk, I agree with you, then the people will be wondering, why am I seated here, warming the seat or wasting my time? I must have something I'm contributing constructively and, for us to put all the arguments together and see from it to have what we call splendid argument that can drive this nation forward.
Okay, so while many Nigerians are concerned that this bill came and all of a sudden the House is accepting it without really further interrogating it, and I think another reason why many people are concerned is because they feel that, since they are all APC, so to speak, majority, so they feel whatever their boss brings to them, they just okay it. But what if that really is not the case? Because we're going to take a look at some of the contrast why the Tinubu's bill seem to be more effective. According to the critical points of contrast between the two legislative proposals include the scope of executive input. We're looking at the House's original bill was internally drafted by lawmakers. President Tinubu's fresh executive bill includes targeted safeguards intended to protect against the abuse of state police powers by local authorities. And we also look at the institutional safeguards, where Tinubu's version says specific provisions for maintaining a functional dual policing structure where federal and state police operate concurrently, just like you earlier mentioned. That also is there, with mechanisms to sanction or withdraw certification for non-compliant state police organizations. Now we look at the legislative trajectory, where it says the House rescinded its earlier passed bill and dissolved its conference committee with the Senate specifically to avoid parallel efforts and to fast-track the president's bill, which they deemed a more comprehensive framework. Now, both versions ultimately seek to amend the 1999 constitutions and to decentralize policing, but Tinubu's bills provides a structured, executive-backed framework to get it done.
Yeah.
So I believe...
I think before my ginger, because I know he's ginger enough. No, let me just say, part of the fear which you mentioned, which has watered almost everything, is when you say majority being APC, majority House, majority Senate being APC, that is the most dangerous thing that has happened to our democracy, and that's why we are afraid. You know why we are saying this? If we have had a more balanced House, federal House, a more balanced Senate, and everybody is making input and then the president comes up with that safeguard bill, you look at what you have and see how you can impute president's safeguard bill into it, because the president is seen at that bigger place as the view is clearer, he's seen everything, but he allow you all your input. That's how democracy works. So when you bring, I am concerned that I need safeguard in
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers.
You're not born here, you're not from here. I filed my paper even when the city decided that I wasn't qualified. I didn't meet the requirement. I sued the city and I won, and I was on the ballot. So just like in America, I'm from Texas. If I move to Oklahoma and establish what they call the residence requirement, I can run for anything. I can run for governor. I can run for Senate. I can run for any political office. Nobody's going to look at it like, oh, you're not from here. So that is what has been keeping the Black person limited, because tribal people don't build successful nations. Mark that expression. Tribal people don't build successful nations. Citizens do. Nigerians are mostly tribal people. The citizenship is just when they get the passport in order to do something. But in their thinking, in their disposition, they are entrenched. They are entrenched in, what I say, me and the how are you going to be looking backwards if you're going to make progress, which is, future? So these are the things. It's very, very important, the discussion. And then you cross, national boundaries, into Ghana, Nigeria, blah, blah. It's the same thing, so people push back. You gave the example of Ghana 1969. Most people always thought that it was Nigeria that did it to Ghana first. Ghana did it in 1969. So 11 years or so after that, it was payback time. And then the Nigerians started, when things got back for Nigeria, they started going everywhere. And then people started pushing back. Nigerians have been kicked at, in most countries where they go. And then South Africa, they went over there, and then the same, things started to happen. There's a pushback. So, you can see some of those tension in most countries, but in developed countries, they are not looking at your state of origin or, where you were born here. They're looking at it. Are you part of us? Are you here to add value to what we're going to do? And I want to give you an expression that John Adam in 1789 said. He said, the success of any nation starts with the private families. Families make communities, and communities make cities and regions before they migrate. Nations don't start up down; it starts from up, bottom up. So if there's a fracture, if there's a friction in that movement, it snowballs. It carries its ways to the national. So the nation will never succeed if the families that produce the leaders or make up the nation are not together or don't even understand what the role is. Like in US, George Bush, the Bush family originally came from Maine. They settled in West Texas because the father was in oil and gas, boom. And then George Bush was governor of Texas before he became George Bush, governor of Texas, before he became president in 2000. His younger brother, became governor of Florida. And then their grandson, so you could see that sort of dynamic here. That it doesn't matter where you were born; it is where you end up living and calling it your home. If Igbo people say, how come, when he now comes, when an Sukaman is, now watching here, I'm not who's going by. What are the chances that, like a non-Eheman or non-Udiman, will end up somewhere and become their Igwe and become council. These are the things that, Nigerians have to start asking themselves the question. And then these are the things Igbo people make this most pretentious existence. But when you now know family abo fufu, eziokwu. Ono otata ka you family ona abo fufu. Because they are very, very intra-tribal disdain. And intra-tribal disdain is what caused the friction. That's why they don't realize their potential.
Mr. GK, it's good to hear you speak passionately about this, terrible situation. But, Afrophobia is a paradox because during the colonial era, a lot of African nations, there were corporations among the people who championed independence. From Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, to Nigeria, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Anthony Nahoro, going all the way to North and East Africa. And then in the era of South African apartheid regime, there was a lot of cooperation by brother African nations, the Southern African Corporation, and down to Nigeria. I remember myself in primary school in early 80s, we used to, have programs that taught us about apartheid, and we contributed 10 kobo then, to support the struggle for independence by South Africa. And I remember those days on our school walls, they write apartheid is a crime against humanity. But, where did you seem to get it wrong? Is this traceable to, because there must be an origin on this. As an Igbo man, as an Archer man, growing up, we had certain cultural traits that didn't, show disdain for people of other clans. There are balances in Igbo language that say, for instance, we are African settlement are largely products of migrations, cross migrations. So if you do the genealogy of most Africans, you see that you may find mixed origins. However, we are seeing today that when we talk about xenophobia in Africa, it's actually Afrophobia. What is the origin of this, and where did we get it wrong?
We get it wrong from, like I said, from birth. You're from Achi. If in Achi there's a village called Ihe, you're not going to choose. And Achi, Achi is part of Oji River now, but it used to be Ogu Division. And my dad was the chief of Ogu. From 1960 something to until the war started, because he was a member of House of Chiefs. But the most important thing here is how many Achi people that have lived in Ogu, that have their family roots traces to Ogu, will come back and say, oh, I have lived in Ogu now, I can be their Igwe, I can be their thing. You go trace that, you go do the genealogy, and then you come back and tell us what you have found in your research. You will find that it's practically impossible. And it's because of that, the entrenched intra-tribal village ways that most Africans got born into. It doesn't matter how educated they are, how exposed they are, they're still going to remember. You see, you come to Dallas, Texas, and you go to event Igbo people do, you think you're in your village. And I've always said, did you come to America to become a chief? I remember 1989 when I came back for the first time, and I was talking to my dad. I was telling him I was involved with the village meeting, Ihe People's Village meeting in Dallas. And my father looked at me and said, and I walked away. You will never see me wear a red cap in America. You will never see me identify with anything that proves me as a particular person. Maybe when you see my name, you could say, okay, this guy, but I don't hold myself out as a tribal person. America has 580-something tribes, and they don't work together. Most people think United States of America, there are tribes, there are still existing tribes in America. So this is something that is entrenched. It's a DNA. Remember, your DNA, your attitude, your ways or something don't change because you move to geography. So for us as Black people, we need to be having this conversation. We need to dilute this stuff. Yes, Europeans, you talked about, during the fight for independence. Yes, they did that because they singled out a common person, a white person. When they gathered independence, what did they do? Nigeria, shortly after you were handed over your own country, in 7 years or so, you went to war. Nkrumah, who was preaching Pan-Africanism, I'm not a subscriber to Pan-Africanism, because in order for you to secure the pan, you should have secured the plate. That is, each country should have been successful on its own and become a model for the neighboring country. There's no African country that is a model for each other. None. Name it. East, West, Central, and North. Which one is? Out of 54 African countries, which one has gotten it together even more than 40 years of independence? And they go to justify that saying that a fool at 40 is a fool forever. Because, when you're trying to marry a modern way with a primitive way, it is a pull and push. It's very difficult. The military in Nigeria would have been very successful in doing it. But again, forget, once they put on the abada, their tribal nature doesn't move. Once they put on the uniform, because I remember at the time you had governors who didn't come from the particular state, just like my brother-in-law was the first governor of Gombe State, Onye Nenwe, married to my older sister. Okay, But in today's Nigerian civilian rule, would that ever happen? Heck no, it will not happen. Because when they see the last name, when they see they say, oh, state of origin. So these are the things Nigeria, has not been able to address, even in the constitution. Igbo people that have lived in Lagos, because a lot of Igbos have been, some of them were born there. They just know their father's village by name. They don't even know anything there. What are the chances that they will become governor in Lagos or even House of Assembly or representative? Forget appointments. It is when you put yourself up for election, then is a test of citizenship. Because the governor can appoint anybody, but it is when you put yourself in the ballot or you're on the ballot to run. So I think for me, the blame on the Europeans, the blame on the foreigners is too much. And they're just going to look at us and say, look at it. Even after we remove the chain, they still have shackled their mind. When I came to America, people told me, oh, nobody's going to hire me because my education was from Nigeria before I went to Harvard. And I said, well, watch me do it. If you are not willing to compete, you're going to keep complaining. And that is what is holding the Black person down. We get into this, we are colonized, we're enslaved. We are not the first to be subjected to that. The word slavery and colonization is not an African word. It is, so they were doing it to themselves. But for us, we just can't get away from it. Some of us are still crying that Jesus was crucified. But life has moved on. So the point I'm saying is, how are we dealing with our own internal something? I came from a polygamous family. I have brothers and have sisters, and my mom's only son. One day I came back from Nigeria and I called my brothers and said, you know what? All the assets our father left us, you guys can have it. And they were shocked. I'm the first son. I have my father's name. I said, you guys can have it. I said, if I come back from America and fight you guys for what our father left us, you guys should be crying for me that I did him something. How many Igbo people can do it? Instead, you still go to families today that are fighting. So at what time do you mentally migrate to a plane to say, I'm done, been there, done that. I'm not going to do it. And I mean it. If I were to come back to Nigeria, I will not fight anybody for anything that they say, that's the example. And you got to do it by example. And we haven't been able to do it. Our governors are very weak. Our presidents practically don't even exist, and because they don't talk about this stuff. You've had cases where Igbo people are being chased from one part of Nigeria. Has anybody ever come and say, you know what? If you do that, it's a federal crime, and we're going to prosecute you? No. They take advantage of it because, it's going to help them win an election, or they're going to play to the emotional disposition of most people. And, most people are going to be emotionally disposed when there's no food. That's why I call what is going on inter- and intra-tribal situations in Nigeria as a food fight, because there's not enough food. And somebody's going to try to be the pig at the head of the trough. And they want to grab it. So on the man, you could see that statement when somebody from a particular part of your state is a governor or senator, on the man, and then kind of what has improved in their overall standing because Namani and Peter Mbana are governor, or Ndu because of Sullivan, or Ndi Soka because of Ugwani. So because most people don't think critically, they think emotionally. How but at the end of the day, you are still as miserable, even though non the bonunache, because that's tribal people's way. Become citizens. And no country in the world has shown the value of citizenship than America. That is why people can come from all over the world and settle in here and then do what they do. I mean, look at Elon Musk was born in South Africa. He's today considered one of the richest people in the world. Would he have done it if he was in South Africa? Heck no. A lot of other people, come to this country and they do well. And you can even say with certain countries,
You just said my mind.
So that's what comes
if
to my
Nigerian,
mind.
if Nigerian electoral system has become JAMB and NECO and WAEC, you do pre-NECO,
I mean,
pre-JAMB.
To preempt to politicians how they can cheat the system.
That is all.
That's all. I mean,
and then they will mobilize more money. 2023 election in Nigeria cost Nigeria over 309 million. That's the one they told us. They didn't tell us about any other thing, all the other expenses. They didn't tell us
why our country is wasting a lot of resources on these countries. Do you think one of the challenges we have is poor foreign policy, or what exactly is the problem?
Well, I'll answer that question with two historical examples. The food problem, you hit the nail on the head. The food problem in Nigeria, if you go by history, I guess some of you read the Bible. If you understand why Egypt was called the cradle of civilization, it was Joseph's dream, or the Pharaoh's dream that Joseph interpreted. He said, save the food when there's plenty and use it when there's scarcity. And Pharaoh did it. And then Egypt became the center of civilization. So once you have food, even in America, what made America the greatest country is that people are well fed. So when an American runs with other people, 2 legs, same height, everything, the American comes first. When Americans go to fight, everything the same thing, they come on top because people are well fed and their minds are working. So that's just what I say. You hit the nail on the head. If only now the government wants to save the system, but very fundamental to that is the human beings. Yeah. So they had like human capital. Let me use the word that was able to now work in the way they wanted them to work. But if you start from food, trust me, these road construction workers, they will not be there lazy and around. It reinforces the human capital. And when the human capital is very good, trust me, the economy starts booming. So, but getting the human capital correct is one of the most difficult things in any economy. The land is there, the machines are there, you turn them, they start your car and all those things, the planes, they fly. The human beings, you don't turn them on and they start. Yeah, they're very tricky. Now about the issue of colonial whatever, we don't look at the excuses. If you want to know where you don't look at the excuses, Japan was bombed. Hydrogen bomb was dropped on Japan. If they are still sitting on excuses, they will not go anywhere. See what I mean? So what was done to them, I don't know which one is worse. Dropping a nuclear hydrogen bomb on them and decimating everything they have, and they started now, they have almost overtaken their master. Yeah? China and them, they suffered all sorts of things. So it's just that we didn't organize ourselves. This is how I'll answer it. And if they really want to organize it, let's start tomorrow. Yeah?
All right, let's start tomorrow. I want to ask you, Mr. Wokabia, what about starting today? Which way forward? I mean, I want to ask you 2 parts. On the side of the people, do you think Nigerians are too indolent? We don't talk about these things enough. We are very resilient in accepting hardship. We do not pressure the government enough. Of what exactly can the citizens do to, pressure the government into doing the right thing? Also, on the side of the government, what do you think? What are the factors, the 3 key factors that the government, if they do it, if they get it right, will shift the economy from almost collapsing towards, improvement?
Well, it depends on what level. We have 3 tiers of government, local governments. Your brother is the chairman.
Our brother.
Okay, our brother is the chairman. He respects me a lot. I told him he will reform, and he agreed. I outlined the reform. The state level, the so-called federal government is the least. I mean, I have very little regard for that federal concept. But, and my reason is that sometimes we don't listen to each other. We don't want to listen to each other, so it's very difficult. Maybe you localize your idea. I've just said the most difficult: human development, human capital development. Look, you're sitting here talking, you know why? Because you're well fed, you know what to talk, you know English. If we bring somebody else that don't have those
attributes,
factors together, they will not do what you're doing. So the worst thing you can do is to ask somebody to do what he doesn't know. The worst thing you can do is to ask somebody. So that depreciation in the knowledge system in Nigeria is very gradual, but it's making us look like all these other factors, all those adjectives that you described, but that's not exactly that.
Mr. Mugabe.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
What an amazing day it has been to do this with you from 8 to this hour of the day. Thank you for being part of the program this morning. We look forward to doing this with you tomorrow. My name is Christopher Lely. Good morning.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Good day, Nigerians. Good day, our viewers. This is Signature Television Unscripted. Today we are going to look at what is going on with the Presidential Promotion Investment Council, the controversies surrounding the establishment of that agency. And you ask yourself, if the agency is described as phantom, the implication is that we may have several phantom agencies that had, over the years, found their ways into the national budget. We look at the issues surrounding the establishment of these I don't want to call it a phantom agency. You know, if you get to know the circumstances surrounding the emergence of that agency. Then we are looking at luckily, the 46 abducted school children and teachers in Onire local government, in 3 schools in Onire local government area of Oyo State, have been rescued by our gallant armed forces. 56 days, they stayed for 56 days in captivity. And do we need to stay that long? Did they need to stay that long before they were rescued by our soldiers, by our policemen, by vigilante people? What does it tell about security in Nigeria? And if we have time, we look at the implications of establishing a state, state police. My name is Mike Obani, and with me in the studio to do justice to these issues. On my far right is Dr. Ukeje. Dr. Ukeje, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. And our chieftain here, Chief Christian Madoka, you're welcome to the program. Chief Madoka.
Thank you very much. You don't give me too many big shoes, so that I will find it difficult to fill it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, our viewers. It's going to be an exciting moment. It's going to be an exciting discussion. So let's get back to Dr. KJ. Let's get back to this phantom. Like I said, I don't want to call it a phantom agency. Because if you look at the issues surrounding, even the Secretary of the Federal Government was involved in, applying for writing to the EFCC to allocate offices at the Federal Secretariat to this agency. So is that a manifestation, a reflection, Dr. Ukeje, from what you have heard over this issue? Can that be a reflection of our budgeting process? Is it possible that, a national budget, in a national budget, a phantom agency, a phantom ministry, a phantom department could find its way into the national budget? And you remember, it's an executive bill, an executive appropriation bill submitted by the president. In other words, the president would have seen everything in that budget proposal before presenting it to the National Assembly. Okay? The president signed the budget into law. I mean, is it not surprising that a phantom agency can find its way into the national budget without the president knowing, without the chief of staff knowing, without the minister of finance knowing? What do you make out of this development?
Well, there is something that policymakers recommend. It's called consolidation of government. If you consolidate government, you reduce the size of government. One of our problems is the size of our government. You see, that agency is called council. It's not called commission. It's commissions that are authorized by written law. But agencies, council, program, they create these things anyhow. The tax body, the body that generated the tax bill that is controversial, we don't know the correct version of the law. It was a council, and the president's office set it up without authorization from anybody. And they were being paid. They may not have a budget head independently, but they are being paid, and huge sum of money was provided for them. And that council remains after the chairman has been made a minister.
Yeah.
It is the way things are run in Nigeria. But more to the point is authorization that the supposed council should hire staff, provision of office space in a federal secretariat. You know why this thing came out? The man made the mistake of convening a meeting of ambassadors to Nigeria, ambassadors in Nigeria. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs then raised the alarm. Maybe if the Minister of Foreign Affairs was from the same tribe or nation or ethnic group with the president, he will not raise the alarm. He may even go to the president or tell the chief of staff, I want to see the president, and they will say, File, leave it. And that would have ended the matter. Because for the ambassadors to respond meant that they knew that that council existed with authorization. But, like I said, every large government leaves leakages. Leakages. And when you have people from the same community running a government of a diverse community, conspiracy, do as you like, take what you want, becomes the order of the day. And you can see that there are reports that the man is recanting. He said, I did it for this purpose, and then his father was arrested. But all these commanders of militants, their parents are being funded by the government. The Boko Haram person, the mother is living in Yobe, and is protected by the military. But this one now, they arrested the father. It's one former chief of army staff, Salih Ibrahim, is dead now. I think he's #1 in NDA. He said, when he was retiring, he said that the Nigerian army has become an army of anything goes. Nigeria has become a country of anything goes. The constitution and rules mean nothing.
Nothing. Okay.
So, it's not surprising.
Yeah. You also, Mr. Madoka, you also feel that it's not surprising.
The country of, if somebody who has served in the army at the level Salihu served, may God rest his soul, can leave that parting shot that anything goes, it means that anything goes in the different sectors of Nigeria life. But, you know, I thank God for Dr. KJ, who even opened up the processes of even certain things happening in Nigeria. Nigerians are people who live in total blackout. The government do not talk with the people. The government talks to Nigerians. We don't know how agencies are formed. They only meet together, do that. It's only now that even accepting for the first time that I'm learning how these things happen. But the Dogo Trenching does not solve the fact that PFIPC existed with empowerment from one of the major arms of Nigerian government, whether it's the presidency. Because we see a lot of organizations, when you see even their plate numbers, the presidency. They can call it anything. But in everything that happens in Nigeria or in the world generally, there is always one day when the air will blow and the people will see the backside of the chicken. This is one of it. Because beyond the fact because when you started, I was like almost stopping you short of saying, it's like Mr. Bani, you are now part of it. Who says that PFIPC is phantom? If it is phantom, then everything about us is phantom. Both the government, the people, the Senate, everything must be phantom. The secretary to the government, the Bajamila, the chief of staff, everybody that has been involved, the president of the Senate of Nigeria. That means we are running a phantom life and phantom governance. These are people who were creatively sat down, created PFI, and he was doing whatever he's doing. They did not, like you said, find time to clean it up and go follow the normal process. And so many organizations like that may be existing. Somebody said, I saw from unverified source, that we have over 32 agencies like that existing, that they created as conduit pipe of doing what you call incognito governance. That's the governing by underground. Putting it as conduit pipe to sieve Nigerian money. 1.3 billion as budget in national budget of Federal Republic of Nigeria, presented by the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria to the Nigerian National Assembly, and they signed. Only now, you say it's phantom. I've used this word somewhere where Zebediah Okoligwe will say, it's not phantom. It's what people who are saying phantom, they mean to say is foul. It does not exist. There is something wrong that I've advised, that they began to organize themselves to kill it before it blows or more bad air to Nigeria. The international committee is watching us. Means that even if we are talking about Yahoo and scanning that the Nigerian people are known for internationally, there are some agencies from Nigerian office of the presidency that will write to foreign government. They want to say, is this one phantom or found, or whether these are messing up the image of this country. Furthermore, we don't want to go into what so many people have said. You have office at the National Secretariat, you have budget, you have a mobilization fee of 240 billion to start up that organization, 300 staff, paid by government from civil service, everything, accounting, central bank. What are we talking about? I mean, there are certain things you don't say. It gets you, makes you feel that, are you okay? Is this thing happening? Is it a dream? Like you said, living in phantom world.
Yes, gentlemen, you see, the presidency or the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has set up, asked the ICPC to look into the matter and giving ICPC 30 days to unravel the circumstances surrounding, the existence of this phantom agency.
You keep using the word phantom.
So what, Dr. Ukeje, I mean, what do you expect from ICPC as far as its, directive from the president is concerned? Do you expect ICPC to come out to say this is a phantom agency, or do you expect ICPC to name those surrounding, those involved in the establishment of these council or agency? Or, I mean, what do you expect from the ICPC?
Well, if I got the directive given correctly, they are asked to investigate the person they are accusing of raising a fake agency. They didn't ask the ICPC to investigate those who caused it or the a priori. Because the way our government is organized on paper is that it is the National Assembly that should investigate it and cause a hearing. If they take the bill submitted by the president, the budget bill, they look at it. The first thing they should do is to call the Director of Budget, Federal Ministry of Finance. This line item was here. Who submitted it?
Yeah.
Did you send a budget call circular to this body? How did you know that it exists? I think those are very simple matters. You go to the Federal Secretariat at Abuja and ask the Controller of Works or the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Works, who is in charge of the Federal Secretariat buildings, who requested you to allocate office to this person? Did you rearrange offices to create space for them, or there was a free space? Those are elementary questions you should ask. But you don't investigate yourself. These are just, It's not. That's not how to investigate matters.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the United States. We watch. It's an open government. You see how they interrogate their presidents all the time, including those who are in the same party with him. They speak out. But you can be sure that if the 300 people were employed, the National Assembly members or their leaders will get share in the employment, because that's how they do things. It's not. And come to think of it, as Chris said, if you go around in ENUGU here now, actually, if you go to the state secretariats, there is a road from that passes in front of the old NITEL.
Yeah, yeah.
It is said to be sponsored by the Nigerian Border Agency. Border is ENUGU at the border of Lagos, inside Enugu city. A road is supposed to be tarred by the border agency, and it was attracted by a member of the National Assembly.
Why did they take it to Obola for places like Obola?
I mean, you're already asking that question. But if you go around, you will see that agency executing phantom projects or phantom agency. If you go to Independence Layout towards the new Artisan, you will see a program of about 4 satellites, solar lights. They say it is sponsored by the Nigerian Post Authority, attracted by somebody. So I think Salihu Ibrahim had left Nigeria just like Chino Achebe. Achebe said there was a country. Many people focus on Biafra, but there was a time when you could not do anything. If you come to the bank to open an account in the name of government, you have to bring a letter from the accountant general. If you submit it, the bank will go back to the office of the accountant general to investigate that they were the people that issued it.
Gentlemen, let's move forward. I mean, I've heard some people say that Nigeria is a huge joke, and this kind of development makes me feel or agree that Nigeria is a huge joke, like one of us mentioned here. There may be such phantom agencies, existing in the country, and that have found their ways into the national budget. And perhaps that's why it's been difficult for this administration to execute the 2024 budget, 2025 budget. We are in 2026. We are still executing 2024. Is that not laughable? I mean, we've not experienced this kind of a thing before. And I want to believe that it's because, the budget is heavily padded. I want to believe that agencies that do not exist, find their ways into the budget. But I hope that one day there will be a cleanup of our system, and the money that is going into private hands will now be recovered and used for public good. Let's look at the rescue of 46 pupils and teachers of 3 schools abducted by the terrorists in 3 schools in the Nero local government area of Oyo State. They were there for 56 days, and does that looking at the number of days that they spent in captivity, and then looking at the strength of the Nigerian armed forces, the army, the police, other agencies, do you think, Mr. Maduka, that it ought to have taken such number of days to get these people rescued?
Thank you, Mr. Bani. There's this story I was told when I was young. It said tortoise was kept in captivity for 24 or 30, more than 20 days. And it was the last day they were making an arrangement to release tortoise. And tortoise get worried and say, "Come on, remove me for this place is smelly." You remember that the Chibok girls are still in captivity. We remember that it's not only your children that are in captivity. As we are talking, there are children in captivity in Borno for more than... There are people who are in captivity that are not even known in the hands of bandits and terrorists that are ranging for over... Some of them are stayed for 6 months. So let's leave about duration. Let's look at the success that are meant by the combined security agency now. That is what should be, because if we are looking, we leave the success they achieved, look at the distance, whatever long it takes them to prove themselves that we still have security agencies in Nigeria, we give them kudos. Because you get to a point where we were losing all hopes that everything Nigerian government and the security agency are overwhelmed. Now, I've proved, said in other platforms that that they call it the Agama lizard. Agama lizard said if he does not behave like Agama lizard, children will eat Agama lizard in rainy season and dry season. So the security agencies have started beefing up to show that they are really security agencies with all the power given to them by the federal government of Nigeria to at least show signs that we start to raise a trust for that such agencies. They are combined agencies of security in Nigeria. So we need to pop champagne for them and say kudos to them. But God, who has granted them this strength to score this result, whatever it took, may He continually guide them, keeping them to achieve more results, rescue more people in captivity, and then think about how to even stop. Because there's no need to get people in captivity and go into negotiation. Why not nip the whatever it is at the board? Let it not grow into this monster that we get into this where we have to get to where we lose a teacher by beheading and a child dying because he cannot survive the stress, and many of them will come back. Only God knows when they take the truth. I've said in another platform that if these children are released now, they saw their teacher beheaded in the blood, how are we going to rehabilitate their psyche? What is going to wipe it in their memory all their life? Some of them are still tender, some as young as 4 years. They will live with this monster in their mind for the rest of their life. One day, when they become the monster himself, because they saw monster for 56 days, and it's enough for monster, for those who are in arts, for you to enter character. It's enough for the monster to enter them and remain there all the days of, unless when you release them, yes, we thank God, then you release them from the monster by rehabilitation, psychological and traumatic rehabilitation. We talked about rehabilitating the repented bandits, and I've said let's also match it with rehabilitating those who has passed through that hell of experience to become modern human beings. I think it's a good result. We thank God. We need more of this result to begin to build confidence for Nigeria security platform apparatus.
Yeah, Dr. KJ, I mean, one thing that, I just struck me, was the statement made by the governor of your state, Brother Makinde, who said that he declared for presidential aspiration today, and the next day, these children and these pupils and teachers were abducted, I mean, do you think that abduction has any political undertone? I mean, do you think it was engineered by the opposition? And when I say the opposition, I mean the ruling government, to put Governor Makinde in a very bad light, given the fact that, he declared for presidential ambition. You think it was politically motivated? I mean, the abduction of those children and people and their teachers.
I think whoever said it is also part of the problem. When we say that Nigeria has become a country of anything goes, it is because those who are given offices to operate the constitution as established have veered off taking care of themselves. There is a prophet in the Bible, Amos. Many people don't hear about him. But he said that the people who are supposed to be shepherds are now eating the sheep. The former governor of Borno State, Modu Sheriff, recently he attacked Obi, that he destroyed the mosque, that is unelectable. When people who are prominent generate hate, what do you expect the other people to do? So these things we see, they come from the leaders. As I was coming here, I saw about 5 men in khaki uniform from the Ministry of Transport holding somebody in the middle of the road around the old zoo. If you want to make ENUGU a business-friendly environment, do you have to be rough in enforcing traffic regulation? One of the things that make for rule of law is that the law must be known. You make the law known. You keep signs. These people who are supposed to enforce it should make themselves visible to discourage disobedience.
Sometimes they hide somewhere.
Even the Federal Road Safety Commission, what they do is to stay at a sharp bend so that you don't see them.
Yes.
So those are gradations of intimidation and banditry. This one is open. Around the city, you will see people holding sticks on road. I don't know what they are enforcing.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. Chris was talking about multiplicity of agencies. In the police, this police that is supposed to be reorganized now, you will find multiplicity of task forces. The Inspector General of Police makes himself the only policeman. He can send people to Bayelsa to go and arrest somebody. But the law says, if somebody offends you, criminal law, you go to a police station and make a report. If the desk officer considers that there is merit in what you are saying, he will make entry in a diary and cause the person you are complaining about to be invited, not arrested. If there is evidence that a crime has been committed, the person will be asked to make a statement.
Yeah.
Then a senior officer will consider it and see whether the matter can be resolved or taken to court. But these things have been abolished.
Yeah.
You have almost 40 top-ranking police officers working in the office of the IG as staff officers. They themselves have become commanders. They reduce commissioners of police in states to nothing. They can arrive and say that we are IG team of so. Even the commissioners in states create the same monsters. They go to local government areas, ask the DPO, where are you? Carry people, you know, you detain somebody, they release. You don't detain somebody, they ask you to detain the person. So it's, I mean, we are in hell. Any day you wake up from your own house, you are lucky.
Yeah, let's not look at the Oyo abduction in isolation as far as, you know, political involvement is concerned. Mr. Maduka, do you think the insecurity, you know, that has, you know, has now become uncontrollable, seemingly uncontrollable in Nigeria, is politically motivated? Do you see the hand of Esau and the voice of, you know, Jacob in there?
I sat for the last 2 years analyzing newspaper headlines in Nigeria. I have gotten to know or see or read about several things about insecurity in Nigeria. We have read the economic motivation in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about political motivations in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about the real religious motivations in insecurity in Nigeria. We have read about the ordinary ones who have decided they are bandits and terrorists that they come out to so if we put them together. We have read about the bad governance motivated insecurity in Nigeria, hardship, hunger, political, religious. So you see they have created multi-headed monster. And then, you know, the Igbo says, like I always say, if you want to stop fight, if Chris and the Mike Obama want to fight, you want to stop it, let Dr. Ukeje first of all not allow me to push you. Because once I push you, you want to push back. So the first thing you do is do not allow push. Because if you allow push and you stop the other person from pushing back, you'll be accused of being tribalistic or biased. Now, Nigeria allowed this to grow into this monster, and people started seeing openings to come. There is even tribal profiling to insecurity. There is a lot of things political. If I know that if I do this in your state, I can put diversion. So it's not ruled out. To answer your question directly, there are some political, whether there is political motivation indirectly or your own, is what I cannot establish. The security agencies and all the people involved in the investigation and all, we can tell us. But there may be insinuations, because if this thing has happened in the recent past and it happened in recent present, you can do analysis and say it looks like maybe So it's the people that will need to stand out and tell people, no, there is nothing like that, or this is just pure act of violence motivated by bandit and terrorism, which has happened in so many places. But let me say that it is not, because the most people have lost trust. I have also told you my experience, and then Nigerians lost trust in political leadership of Nigeria because they believe anything, like we have established here. Nigeria is a place where anything can happen. So you don't rule out anything. So anything you hear, you begin to analyze it, and anything you give your attention grows. So people have seen that you can even use political motivation to push insecurity, and it works for them, and they go home scot-free. So people are using different motivations. People are using different interests to make insecurity. The worst, the ultimate is that Nigerian wretched of the earth, the masses like us, are suffering the result of it all. Because they say, when two elephants are fighting, the grasses suffer. So when the political elephants in Nigeria, the economic elephants, religious elephants, or whatever elephants that are fighting, as far as they remain elephants, it's only the 240 million Nigerians, if we are still up to that number, that are suffering it. So it's not ruled out.
Mr. Maduka, you know, you talked about the existence of elephants, and those elephants are still there. Yet we are talking about the establishment of state police.
Yes.
Do you think, Dr. KJ, do you think the state police, establishment of state police, is an answer to the insecurity, or will be an answer to the insecurity in Nigeria? What can the state police do to either reduce or eliminate entirely insecurity in Nigeria? Do they have that kind of force? Are we expecting any good results from the state police when it is established?
Looking at what we already have and where we are coming from, it will worsen insecurity. I was a child when we had the Native Authority Police, they call it NA.
Is it the ones they call Kotuma?
They all originated from the Hausa Constabulary, which the British used to conquer many places. Eventually, when they set up courts, then you had court messengers. The character has been the same all along till now, and it's getting worse. The Eastern region were the only region that supported the existence of Nigeria police. All the other regions had Native Authority Police, and they were using it for political gain. Now, the state police cannot be more efficient than the state governments.
Yeah.
Just apart from Abia, just go around the southeast. Go to any state secretariat and see whether you can find work going on. If you go to the licensing office in ENUGU here, you will see mother, child, nanny operating there. Instead of giving you a slip to go to the bank and pay for your motor vehicle license or whatever, they will ask you to bring the money and pay it into their own account so that they will generate receipt for you. And you will pay them commission. So it is a privatized enterprise. You go to the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Education, you must have had the Minister of Education talking about reform of the 6334 system.
Yeah.
But we have a National Council on Education where all the states and the federal government discuss things before they are done. You've had projections of a reform of the National Youth Service Corps. National, not federal. There is an agency. It's a national thing. All the youth corps camps belong to the state governments because they are contributing. And the states pay some stipend to corpers posted in their area. Obani, there was a country. There was. Things are getting worse. The state police, go to any governor's office or any permanent secretary's office or any commissioner's office, see whether you will see a map of the state. Because those are tools for governance. If you put the map of ENUGU state in the office of the governor, whenever he looks, he will say, Olo, where is this place? Look at the spelling. A-W-L-A. How do you pronounce it? What have we done for that area? Even the scripture, kings ask question, what have we done for a person who did this? But you see the governor will just be moving from one point to the other. You go to the Ministry of Agriculture, you will not see a soil map of ENUGU state. And you say you have an agricultural program. Soil map. Because without knowing the quality of the soil around this, you cannot promote particular crops. As a young man, I knew that the World Bank financed a program to introduce rice production in East Central states. They had places in Ohafia, in Aguata, in Omo, you know. Oh man, he's late now. Dr. Robert Achike. He was an agronomist. When you see him, you know that he's a serious person. Now you don't hear of anything. When Tim Mobile was the governor, we had a Professor Ekbete, you know, they had cooperatives. There was a lecturer in Nsukka who was well known for cooperatives. Now you don't hear everything is president, governor, senior president, no more. All others are sheep without shepherd. So my understanding is that if you want to have state police, you just amend the constitution and say there shall be a state police, even local government, and their responsibility shall be as follows. But this one, they are packaging bill, and that they want to, because they have seen that the constitution will not be amended, they now want to enact a law saying there shall be state police so that they can arrest their opponents.
Mr. Matuka, do you think the state police issue will be a reprieve to us? Will reduce insecurity? Because talking to someone who lived in the United States, of America for over 20 years, where they practice this state police, he did say that yes, there exists state police in the United States. And other police outfits. You have the federal police, you have state police, and the council, county police, and all that. But one issue, where he was concerned was the issue of recruitment. We are talking about state police in Nigeria. We borrow the system of government that we operate in presently from the United States of America, the presidential system of government. Yet we don't really follow the principles of presidential system. We choose the ones that we like. We are talking about state police, and the impression we've gotten, from the presidency and all that, is that indigenes of the state will form the state police. Okay. So when you have state police, when it is promulgated into law, it means that in Enugu State, only indigenes of Enugu State, okay, can find their ways or can be recruited into the state police system. But it's not so in the United States. If I'm from Abia State, and having lived in Enugu State, okay, for some years, 10 years, 15 years, I am qualified. Okay, if I apply to be recruited into the Enugu State Police Command, I can be employed.
Yeah.
So it does. I mean, the Hausa man who has lived here for 15 years, for 20 years, and is living in a separate part of Enugu State, say like Artisan side or Gariki or that. He knows the area very well, more than myself. So what stops him from being recruited into, because we're talking about intelligence gathering. The Hausa man who lives in Gariki or the Fulani man who lives in Abakpa knows the area very well, more than myself. So what stops him from being recruited into the Enugu State Police Command?
You have a point there. My father told me, now, in other words, there is always something peculiar about a community, a country, a state, or a nation, a continent, and something unique about the world we live in, because I believe there's another world somewhere. Nigeria has its own problem. It started by giving impetus to tribalism and that. But let me say before I lose that I have been one of the foremost promoters of state police. But when people raise their fears that are cogent, like Dr. Ukeja has raised his own fear about state police, I begin to pull back, but it has not deterred me from promoting state police. If from what is happening on the ground now, let's start from the citizens. If that is okay, before we talk about other people who know my house more than myself, let's start with the citizens. If that will solve the problem. Recruit citizens of the state only to become the members of that state police. The only greatest fear is monopolizing state police and using it as weapon of politics to make sure that your political opponent do not raise their heads. That's the only thing that has been there. Even they themselves that are politicians know themselves, know that such things are likable to come up, and they have held the state police in Nigeria for a long time until now. Now they've seen what is bigger than the farm. They've sold their barn. Because insecurity has gotten to the point where you can't start saying, hey, political opponent. Because when insecurity comes, he doesn't know political opponent, he doesn't know any party. Anybody they catch will go there. If you come out alive, you pay huge ransom. If you don't come out alive, well, you go die with your politics or party. That has gotten to the point, and now see that when you see what is bigger than the farm, you sell your BAM. Insecurity in Nigeria has gotten to the point that it's forcing us to look this day. I kept mentioning, and I will still mention it here. Amoteku, being operated in some states in southwestern Nigeria, has been one of the most active vigilante group that has made itself, just because of this delay in state policing, they have called themselves Amoteku, a vigilante group, but well organized. The state governor is the chief commander-in-chief. He takes his command, and the visitor, when you see them and their presentation and the way they organize themselves, you now see it's only by giving them Osun State Police. That's all. Otherwise, they have been operating as police that are concerned about protecting their territorial integrity, because tribalism in Nigeria has brought a common problem to be profiled into tribalism. So anybody is like, to attend to all Israel, go and protect. Even the state, federal government, the local, all of them are told individuals to go and protect themselves. So I still support state police. If it means go protect yourself, let all the people come back to protect their states. If you have lived with me and you want to be part of it, there might be a process that can be added. Since it's not constitutional, it's by bill. There can be a bill that if you have stayed in a place, of course, there was one time they said, if I live in ENUGU state for over 10 years, that I can apply to be a citizen. I get that. If Nigeria are really sincere, anybody who lives in Kano State for 20 years, going to 30 years, is supposed to come up. When Nigeria was good, somebody was told that the Alhaji who won election in Enugu State to represent his people, and the Igbos have won election in Yoruba land, until the monster of tribalism is set in and has grown into not just a monster, but a hydra-headed monster. Nigeria has gone into bits and pieces. So if it is about that, let every man to his own tent to protect yourself, because this is bandit and terrorism has seen the divisional issues about Nigeria and has crippled under Nigeria, under that disunited Nigeria to finish us. So state police come in. If you allow, it become competitive. If Enugu state police fails, Anambra might succeed. So we cannot put all of them together and condemn. Let people, you can still see where you say, why not the police in Edo State is doing well, but your own in here is not doing. So let's just give people chance to now mess it up. Let's get there before we now see. If all those problems start solving out, Nigerians are resilient people. When it gets to that point, we can use the same hand we used to mark good, to mark bad.
Yeah, Dr. KJ, the argument which the person I was discussing with, his emphasis is this, that you look at a state like Lagos. If Lagos State has a population of 20 million, let us say that Yorubas constitute 9 million of that population, and the next ethnic group in Lagos is the Igbo. The Igbo occupies or commands the second largest entity in Lagos State. If you go to Kano, the same. If you go to Plateau State, the same. You have a situation in Lagos State, for instance, where the Lagos State Police Command is made up of Yorubas. And if an Igbo man has a problem, we're not talking about insecurity, banditry or what, but there are issues that the state police officers can handle. And you see, all the policemen in the Lagos State Police Command are from the Yoruba tribe. If I am an Igbo man, how do I get justice from a state police, made up of Yorubas? Unlike the federal police system, where you have an Igbo man serving in Lagos, you have an Igbo man serving in Kano State and Kaduna State, but this one is an indigenous state. Security force. How do I get justice as an Igbo man if I have, a quarrel with a Yoruba man? That is the problem that one may encounter with the establishment of state police.
I think you are looking at the outcome. But before you start a process, you must have an objective. Why I say that the state police will have no impact, positive impact, is that we manage without objectives. This current police we have, if it is run according to the statute, we will not have problem. Like I said, the Inspector General of Police has no duty to have somebody arrested in ENUGU who have alleged to have committed a crime. If somebody writes a petition, all this now, you hear that a lawyer wrote a petition. If you write a petition to the Commissioner of Police or the State CID Director, he should minute on it, directing the DPO in the area where the crime is supposed to have been committed to deal with the matter. Simple. But this centrifugal force, everybody grabs the power. The president grabs power, Senate president grabs power, governor grabs power. It will not work because the objective is for their personal objective is to maximize their power. If the objective is to offer security to the people, Chris mentioned other people who have been kidnapped. There is this girl, Leah Sharibu. She was among students kidnapped. But when they asked her, will you leave Christianity? She said no, and they arrested her. How many years now? If security of the people was the object of the government of Yobe State, the governor will make sure that girl was released in 1 week. There were Christians who are kidnapped in Kaduna during this last Easter. They are still there. When something happens that is traumatic, the government stops to deal with that problem. But it doesn't happen here. And it's not going to change. That's why I talked about going to the federal secretariat or state secretariat to see whether, if the Ministry of Agriculture is not working, Ministry of Education is not working. You are aware that governments around this country have been making a policy saying that there should be no graduation in a private school.
Yeah.
But when you go to government schools, when inspectors come there, they prepare jollof rice, buy food, buy kola nut, and no report is written. So anybody who has failed should move out so that successful people will come in. But failures have been, building story buildings. They cannot do better than they are doing.
Yeah.
And how are you going to even finance the police? Because if you are going to share policing function, you have to reduce federal allocation to enable the states to run
the
state police, because you are giving them more duty.
Yeah.
And come to think of it, the procurement of weapons is federally controlled.
Yeah.
Who is going to authorize a state government that is not under the control of the president to buy weapons? They may say that your application is under consideration, while rioters will capture your police stations. So we need to do things differently.
The oversight function of the federal police over state police is not.
That is not what it's supposed to be, because in the US, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has field offices, but much of what you have in the United States and even the UK are city polices, metropolitans. What you have in the US as states is paratroopers, part of the army, their own contribution to the army from time to time. So I don't think we are just joking.
Well, gentlemen, my producer is warning me. We are running against time. We'll make it some other day. Time will not permit us to, keep discussing the issue of state policing. But like Mr. Batuka said, let's establish state police first of all and see how it functions.
We'll keep talking about it.
We'll keep talking about it. We'll keep looking at the loopholes and all that. But my prayer is that our country will be rescued from, corruption. Don't forget the fact that the former head of state, late head of state now, President Muhammadu Buhari, did say at one point in time that if we don't kill corruption, corruption will kill Nigeria. And because of because corruption has permeated our system, that's why we've gave this issue of a phantom agency being introduced into the national budget. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen that kind of a thing. Because of corruption, we are not able to implement the 2024 budget, 2025 budget. We are still in we are still implementing 2026 budget. This is the issue. Nigeria has been the development of Nigeria has been slowed down because of corruption. And gentlemen, we pray that corruption will die.
That doesn't kill us.
That doesn't kill us. Corruption. That will kill corruption, so that our country will develop. Just like other United States of America, UK, and all that way our citizens are running into. Gentlemen, there has been an exciting day. It's been an exciting discussion. I wish we make it. I hope we make it some other time. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Chris, too.
Yes,
and our
thank
viewers. Keep tuned to Signature Television. We'll make it some other time. My name is Mike Obani. Thank you very much.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wayek is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The global news on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Tinubu signs executive order to harmonize Nigeria's virtual asset regulation. Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria unveils biometric verification system to streamline domestic air travel. Trump threatens new tariffs on Canada over fires sending filthy air into U.S. cities. And Ukrainian drone attacks killed 7 warehouse workers in Russia, spark fire at Moscow region oil depot. Details in a moment.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Was signed a presidential executive order on Virtual Assets Coordination 2026 to harmonize the regulation of virtual assets. The presidency said in a statement that the order responds to a regulatory environment that has become fragmented as virtual assets increasingly blur the traditional boundaries between currencies, money, commodities, and securities. It explained that the executive order, which takes immediate effect, is also aimed at strengthening cooperation among the nation's financial, revenue, and capital markets agencies, protecting citizens from fraud and safeguarding the integrity of a financial system. The executive order, according to the statement, establishes a virtual asset council chaired by the Central Bank of Nigeria, with the Nigeria Revenue Service and the Securities and Exchange Commission as vice chairs, and comprising the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit and the Office of a National Security Advisor. He noted that the Council will provide policy direction, promote synergy among the participating agencies, and work with the Attorney General of the Federation to develop a harmonized legal and institutional framework that aligns the sector with Nigeria's national security, economic, and social objectives. It was a historic occasion in ENUGU as the city played host to eminent Nigerians who gathered at the International Conference Center Independence Layout. They came to celebrate a former Minister of Power and Chairman Geometric Power Group, Professor Bath Naji, on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kegbunam captured the exciting moments for Signature TV.
Former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, the Emir of Kano Muhammadu Sanusi, and governors of Enugu and Abia states were among eminent Nigerians who gathered in Enugu to give honor to whom honor is due. The event held at the International Conference Center brought together political leaders, traditional rulers, captains of industries, academics, and other stakeholders to honor the renowned engineer and entrepreneur for his outstanding contributions to Nigeria's development. Glowing tributes came in torrents as each speaker tried to define what Professor Bath Naji, who served as Minister of Power, represents on the occasion of his 70th birthday. Enugu State Governor Peter Mba described Professor Naji as a man whose life exemplifies purpose-driven leadership, innovation, and selfless service to humanity. He said the celebrant's humility, commitment to excellence, and immense contribution to national development remain a source of inspiration to the younger generation.
Life has shown us what becomes possible when talent is matched by purpose and ambition is balanced by service. You have demonstrated that excellence and humility can work hand in hand.
Chairman of the occasion and former President Chief Olusegun Obasanjo commended Professor Naji's remarkable achievement, describing him as an outstanding Nigerian whose career has been defined by excellence, integrity, and transformational leadership.
Today, we are here to celebrate achievement. Today, we are here to celebrate exemplar, what we can show to other people that this is the way to go. And perhaps you have a lot of that.
Delivering the keynote address, the Emir of Kano Muhammadu Sanusi praised Professor Naji's resilience and determination in overcoming bureaucratic, financial, and regulatory challenges in pursuit of national development.
Coming from across the Federation. Professor Naji stands as one of Nigeria's most accomplished engineers and visionary leaders, whose life and work have profoundly shaped the nation's scientific and energy landscape. Unlike other academicians who theorize, Prof practicalizes his profession and has contributed to humanity in solving everyday problems.
Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti also paid tribute to the celebrant, describing him as an innovative thinker whose pioneering work in engineering, robotics, and artificial intelligence placed him ahead of his time.
And artificial intelligence. By the way, MIT, he was studying artificial intelligence and robotics 41 years ago. And whatever you saw, because artificial intelligence is just coming up. So you saw tomorrow.
Responding, Professor Bath Naji thanked the dignitaries and guests for the honor and pledged that he would continue to contribute his quota to Nigeria's industrial and technological advancement. He acknowledged the support of governments, financial institutions, and development partners in the successful delivery of the Aba Integrated Power Project.
I want to thank the people who organized this program, my darling wife and the team, phenomenal job. The government of ENUGU State, led by our very eminent governor, thank you very much. I cannot begin to thank Baba for coming, Mayor Khalifa, coming, Governor of Abia. These are the people who have supported us in several ways.
The event attracted a distinguished audience, including the widow of the Nigeria's first president, Professor Uche Azikiwe, former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi, Senator Enyinaya Abaribe, and Kelvin Chukwu, President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Chief John Azokambata, as well as lawmakers, religious leaders, traditional rulers, and other stakeholders from across the country. In Enugu, Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Federal government has charged 3 men, Abdul Razak Umaru, Yunusa Musa, and Samsu Sani, for the recent kidnap of children and teachers of a school in Orire local government area for your state. A 10-count charge filed before the Federal High Court, Abuja, borders on terrorism, kidnapping, concealment, incitement, and illegal mining. Defendants, all from Suleja local government area of Niger State, are alleged to have conspired with Mohammed Sani, Jibril Mohammed, and Ibrahim Kabab between January and May 2026 to kidnap school children and teachers in Oyo State, contrary to Terrorism Act of 2022. It was further alleged that they aided the kidnap of the school children and teachers and concealed information regarding the identities and activities of alleged masterminds despite knowledge of the plot. Separate counts, the first defendant, Abdul Razak Umar, is specifically accused of providing training and instructions to terrorists and inciting members to commit acts of terrorism through a WhatsApp group titled The Oneness of Allah is the Foundation of Peace. The suspects are expected to appear in court next week following conclusion of investigations. The family of a late Mary Habela has appealed to the Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, to intervene in the continued retention of her remains urging police authorities to release the body for burial. The appeal was made through the family's lawyer, Kaile Yusuf, in a press briefing at the Force headquarters in Abuja. Yusuf said Mary Habila, who was attached to the office of the Minister of Works, Dave Umahi, died in a buoyant state on June 27. He noted that her remains have remained in the official custody since her death, despite the family's efforts to secure the release. According to the lawyer, the family has complied with all procedures and conditions stipulated by the Nigeria Police Force for the release of a body, but is yet to receive approval to proceed with burial arrangements. Yusuf stated that contrary to some reports, Abila was a trained nurse and not a physiotherapist, and had previously worked at David Umahi University of Health Sciences before being deployed to the office of the Minister of Works, where she served for about 3 years as a civil servant. According to him, documentary evidence, including her appointment letter and salary records, confirms her employment status, saying that there was no justification for the continued withholding of the body. Yusuf further revealed that the family had consistently declined requests for an autopsy, citing personal, cultural, and traditional considerations. Let me take a quick break.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo were from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are local.
International communities observing Right, the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye. We have taken it by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo were from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Thursday sitting was the closing session for the 4 days public hearing by the investigative panel. The panel focused on the implications of imprisonment with options of fines and failure of convict to pay such fines, creating congestion in the correctional centers. Correctional Officer L.C. Cyrus told the panel that the Nigerian Correctional Service has no authority to detain anyone without proper legal documentation, particularly in cases involving court-ordered fines.
Where the individual is unable to pay compensation before the end of the jail term, that compensation is converted into a jail term on the warrant. And then where that particular order is not given on the warrant, the officers report this matter before the court that has actually convicted this individual and talk to them on the issue of the compensation. And then it's the judge or the magistrate that will either convert the compensation to a jail term or order the release of this particular individual.
Cyrus also revealed that an amendment to the 2015 Act is underway. This amendment proposes the creation of a victim compensation trust fund, funded from federal allocations to settle victims' fine payments when they cannot afford them.
So what this means is that
At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has affirmed the final forfeiture of properties and $2.5 million linked the former governor of Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, to the federal government. In a unanimous judgment delivered, the Apex Court overturned the decision of a court of appeal in Lagos, which had nullified a forfeiture order. The court held that the Court of Appeal erred when it overturned the forfeiture order and directed that the matter be reheard by the trial court. A judge of a federal high court in Lagos, Dende Dikbeolu, at on November 1, 2024, ordered the permanent forfeiture of Mani's 7 choice landed properties and a 2-share certificate of Queen's Dove Global Fund Limited Trust belonging to Emefiele to the federal government, said to have been acquired with proceeds of unlawful activities. In June 2025, the Court of Appeal in Lagos, in a 2-3 decision, overturned the final forfeiture order issued on the assets forfeiture owned by Emefiele and ordered a retrial of the case at a lower court. The Senate Committee on Finance has expressed concern over the rising cost of medicines in Nigeria, urging the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control to recommend practical measures that will make drugs more affordable for Nigerians. The committee made a call during an investigative hearing on the remittance of internally generated revenue and operating surplus into the Consolidated Revenue Fund, covering the 2023 to 2025 fiscal years. Chairman of the committee, Sani Musa, said the high cost of pharmaceuticals has become a major concern, stressing that the government may need to review fiscal policies affecting local drug manufacturers.
If you look at what is happening today, especially doing with the cost of drugs in this country are still very high. So the only area you can look at is to tell the manufacturers is either we increase their duty excise or their levy, or they should maintain within operational level that you can be able to function very well. You can advise us as a committee. We can look at that. We have done that with Custom and Excise Act in the area of sugar. On the basis of held ground, we did something that increased the levy on sugar, on all these, what do you call these drinks? Sugary, carbonated drinks. So you can as well look at it very well and advise. But so far so good. I don't think there is much, again, we want to ask. Okay, please go ahead.
Musa said a reconciliation meeting became necessary following discrepancies between figures submitted by NAFDAC and that of the Fiscal Responsibility Commission regarding operating surplus and deductions. Presenting the agency's financial records, NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye disclosed that the organization generated 18.7 billion naira in 2023, 29.8 billion naira in 2024, and 39.6 billion naira in 2025, reflecting consistent growth in internally generated revenue. Adeyeye told the committee that the agency had remitted about 3.9 billion naira as operating surplus between 2007 and 2023 before financial constraints affected its operations.
Oh, sorry, that is the total. IGR is actually 14.01 billion. So if we add those two together, plus ABC together, yes, it comes to 18.73 billion naira. For 2023, sir, yes.
2024 is 29.8.
Yes, 2024 is 29.85 or 86 billion. And 2025
is 39.
Yes, sir, 39.6 billion roughly. So those are what we have realized.
So what was the target in those years? Did you pass your target?
Yes.
Or
We passed our target.
What was the target? And by what percentage did you?
I think it was 10%. We didn't prepare or did reflect rather the percentage in terms, but we overshoot our target.
Is there any operating surplus that you have not remitted?
Yes, there is an operating surplus we have not remitted.
For which year?
It is up from 2007, before I knew what NAFDAC was.
United States President Donald Trump has threatened to impose new tariffs on Canada after hundreds of wildfires left much of the northern U.S. covered by a blanket of smoke. The threat follows complaints by U.S. lawmakers over the wildfires, and Ontario's Premier Doug Ford asking the U.S. to send support to fight the fires rather than complain. Trump said in his post to Truth Social that he will call Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney to demand an explanation of his country's willful negligence, accusing the country of not properly maintaining their forest and brush. As of Friday, there were about 888 fires actively burning in Canada, according to the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, with the majority burning out of control. Member of Canadian Parliament, Eleanor Ozelski, said in a statement that Canada has worked to prevent wildfires and invested about $8.5 billion in forest sustainability and fire prevention. According to the Canadian Wildland Fire Information System, nearly 3 million hectares of land in Canada has already been destroyed by the wildfires. Bombing intensified in the Middle East for the 7th consecutive night, with Iran threatening a full-scale offensive in response to American strikes and hitting several U.S. military sites in Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain. Iran's Revolutionary Guard said on Saturday that 2 oil tankers directed by American intelligence agencies exploded after hitting mines in the Straits of Hormuz, which the U.S. military quickly denied. Revolutionary Guards also said on state television that they stopped 4 ships trying to transit the critical waterway. A senior military advisor to Iran's Supreme Leader, Major General Mohsen Rezai, said Tehran will resume full-scale offensive operations if U.S. strikes against it continue for another 2 or 3 days. According to a statement on X by U.S. Central Command, United States forces reported striking Iran with attacks designed to continue degrading Iranian military capabilities. In the biggest escalation since resumption of hostilities, Iran accused U.S. forces of targeting civilian infrastructure, including an airport, a railway station, and 2 bridges, and said it has struck U.S. assets across the region. Iranian state news agency reported on Saturday that U.S. attacks killed 3 people and wounded 8 in the southern Iranian province of Hormozgan. And elsewhere, waves of Ukrainian drone attacks killed 7 warehouse workers and injured dozens more, while another attack sparked a fire at an oil depot in the wider capital region on Saturday. Governor Evgeny Peshishov said 25 people were injured after Ukrainian drones slammed into a warehouse owned by Wildberries, Russia's largest online retailer, in the city of Kostovsk, in the Tambov region, roughly 475 kilometers southeast of Moscow. Perishov wrote on Telegram that 7 people working the night shift died on the spot, and that 28 drones were also shot down on approach. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Kyiv had struck 2 logistic facilities used by Russia to supply components for drone production and navigation equipment, and that an oil facility was also hit. Governor of the Moscow region, Andrei Vorobyev, said 24 people were injured following a drone attack on another Wildberries warehouse in Elektrostal, a city east of Moscow. Wildberries co-founder and CEO Tatiana Kim said it had been a terrible night for Russia and for the company, offering her condolences to the victims' families. Sports. Argentinian captain Lionel Messi has dismissed claims that Argentina has benefited from favorable officiating at the 2026 FIFA World Cup, insisting that the reigning champions have earned every step of their journey. Argentina's run has drawn criticism from some fans and opponents, with Egypt coach Hossein Hassan and Switzerland's coaching staff questioning refereeing decisions. Social media has also been flooded with unfounded claims that FIFA has favored Argentina's path to the final. Messi rejected those accusations, saying Argentina's success is built on consistency and determination rather than outside influence. In entertainment, an Accra Circuit Court in Ghana sentenced Camila Al-Hassan, a TikToker, to 1 year imprisonment for claiming that Ghanaian President John Mahama buried 32 cows as part of rituals to secure victory in the 2024 elections. Mahama, who was first elected Ghana president in 2012, returned to the office in 2024, following a landslide victory at the polls. The court handed down the sentence after Al-Hassan pleaded guilty to offensive conduct and publication of false news. After the verdict, Kwadwo Gwamfibonso, counsel to the TikToker, said the court struck out a charge of electronic abuse over lack of jurisdiction and held that it did not have a legal authority to determine that particular charge. The counsel said a plea was made for the court to hand a lenient sentence, but that the judge ruled that owing to increasing rate of similar offences, a sentence was needed as a deterrent. A TikToker was arrested by Ghana Police Service after videos and the defamatory comments went viral on social media. And that's the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There is no outstanding gratuity when Obitupo were from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
So you deliberately study psychology?
Not deliberate,
okay.
I went for biochemistry. But you know how it is in life in school. When you want to study something, but something else is studying you. I fail so much in biochemistry, fail. You know, when you have carryover, you get a level that you are not even carrying over courses, you are carrying over your department, you are carrying over your faculty. When your HOD advise you to... when you advise, you know, there are a lot of advice. They will advise you to withdraw by Vice Chancellor. They advise to relocate. When I moved, I needed to advise.
That was my prophet, Woli Arole. He has blessed me. This is my third blessing from Woli Arole over the past 5 years, and I receive all of it. You know, we are going to have a blast today talking about how the man that was called too loud, too noisy, and having no money to cut off those beards. Did you ever find people criticizing you a lot for being too loud?
I get that a lot. In fact, some could be quite insulting. Comes to look at his mouth, is big, he's bushy, he doesn't even have money to barb, you know. It could be very depressing, you know. And this thing about comment is that if you check comment, and it's very psychological, the first 3 comments is abuse. You don't read the rest, you just feel like, the rest we are couple abuse me.
Became the executive producer of a movie that was watched and endorsed by the Vice President of Nigeria.
Yeah. So I had a dream of shooting my own movie a long time, and I'm like, I need to do this. I'm a movie person. And I will tell you then, in fact, cinema had not been this big then. They had created more cinemas now. I remember going to Film One, you know, they were my distributor then, and you know, I told them, and that really, I said, yes, let's do this. And it was a great one at the cinema, trust me. Yeah. Great one. We had a great time. The Vice President came around. A lot of people came. It was really this, really that. Fantastic.
Has become one of the leading lights of Nigeria's comedy, has inspired an entire line of prophetic skit makers. It's a strange space, but you know, after you, there's been, you know, Wole Agba.
Oh yeah.
There's been one of my faves,
Remote, absolutely.
You know, all of that.
I count it all privilege and joy. So Wole Agba, for example, is my very good friend.
Right.
Oh yeah. Absolutely, very good friend.
I mean, you've also been in his...
Oh, yeah,
course,
so
yes.
that shows how much connected we have.
Yeah, yes.
Very good friend. I love him. So, in fact, I was the first person that told him to go on Instagram because it was part of Afasule at the time.
Yeah.
Remote had been my guy, friend. We're close in Ibadan today. Yeah, okay. I've done a lot of content. I've been at his show, you know, long time. Even before Remote, even before the pastor thing. We used to do all of these things together. The prophet thing and all of that. And, you know, we had a very common route in Ibadan. Yes. So Wole Agba came from Ibadan. Yes. I also schooled in Ibadan. Right. So Remote also came from Ibadan. Yes. So we had this synergy, you know, all together.
And why he told his wife the first day he met her that was, you are my wife.
So I went for a show in Dublin. So what really tripped me was the fact that I said, do you know me? He said, she doesn't know me. My headband. I flew all the way from Nigeria. Once girl, he said he doesn't know me here. I became very inquisitive. This girl does not know me. This girl needs to know me.
You are going to know me.
You are going to know me. The God that will make her know me. She now came to where they serve the comedians food. She brought food for us.
Right.
And I said, you had the girl yesterday that I was a very shy person, very reserved. I just look at her. I said, you are my wife. I kid you not. She says it till tomorrow. She looked at me. Somebody I've not met before. I said, you are? Yeah, I said, you are my wife. He said, what is this? I beg you, I don't know, she has this space. I don't even know you. I laugh. I said, you will know me. I'm married to her now. I should not know me. She has known me. She has known me.
Today, Wole Arole with Chude.
Come for me.
Welcome on the show.
Oh, thank you for inviting me.
I haven't seen you in years.
But me, I see you on your show now. So
you see me?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you. We also see you. Fantastic. Do you sometimes look back at just your career so far? Because your career did not follow any normal, conventional pattern. The thing you decided to do didn't have any... I mean, there's always inspirations and forebears, but didn't have anybody there was no pattern.
Yes.
Now we have Wolis.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and this industry, you know, the kind of comedy you started with, you know, what has now become seen as skit making, all of that whole thing, this whole new wave wasn't even a real thing.
True.
Do you look back and think, man, how did I get here?
Yes, I think that's very true. Like, yeah, I look back and I'm like, wow, this is where we are. You know, because when I started off, it was the first try. So let's keep doing this. Then
IG was 15 seconds then, if you remember.
Right, that is true.
Yeah, so from there they moved to 30 seconds.
Yes,
from
yes,
there they moved to 1 minute.
Yeah.
And they had an IGTV.
Yes.
You know, so it wasn't that big as it were. And you know, I think the thing for me was I just love to post smiles on people's faces. So when I saw an avenue for me to do that more to a larger people, I just followed through. Very hopeful, open for innovation, creativity. And if someone had told me that, do you know that in years' time, this thing will be a force to reckon with yourself as a person?
Yeah.
This thing, I would probably not have believed that it will have become something this huge for me, firstly.
Right.
Because what is huge for others might not be huge for other people. I know people that we kicked off together, started, but along the line, they just felt, what's this? You understand? So I think I just followed the movement. You know, I just followed the force that was taking me somewhere, and I'm glad I'm here.
You're glad you're here. Did you, at any point, think to yourself, it's not working, let's stop?
I would be lying if there were no times like that. I would paint it as if everything was just rosy. You know, there were times I would do content. There are two issues I had. First, my content is more of indigenous.
Yes.
So because I started with, so that's one.
Yes.
I started with Conk Yoruba.
I think Conk Yoruba now.
These are aggressive. So I did start very refined.
Yes.
Quite crude. You understand?
Yes.
Then secondly was my content was very religious.
Yes.
Which is still very religious.
But it's still very, yes.
So those two things today I had a lot of challenges. I won't lie to you. Because, you know, I'm a very faith-based person. I'm not apologetic about it. Now, and you want something faith-based to be accepted by people that are not even faith-based. Now, that's number one challenge of the brand. Second is, dude, you are Yoruba-based. So how do people that don't speak Yoruba tend to gravitate towards me? So these things took me time. Because normally I do content and I'm also a proper stand-up comedian as well, you know, which I do all of that. They call me for everything. So the religious part, then who is this guy part? You know, I didn't come with the sophisticated, let's do content with the big cars, you know, I don't use some characters. It's just, you know, Woli, just like a prophet.
Yes.
So the possibility of this thing is going to scale up. How is it going to evolve?
Yes.
You know, I had all those challenges. Is even a brand? But I think one thing that has actually helped me is the fact that it's just good to take it a step at a time. Because when we look at the possibility of how we are going to end, we might not start at all.
Look at the possibility of how we are going to end, we may not start at all.
Look at your program. Look at people you've invited. So it's an honor for me being here. Something within me was just saying, just follow through. And look at where we are.
Yeah. Explain that. I understand I know what you mean, but for people who may not understand, when you say it's choking, that means, you know, describe it to us.
So it's choking means you want to create the content, you have people that comment, and like, is this one funny? Try to do something else, this, that, you know. I am not even hearing him, all these Yoruba people, you know. So it got to a point that I had to sit down myself. And I'm like, this thing, am I getting it right? And the thing about it is that there are what I call the voices. So you hear numerous voices. Your friend will talk to you. Somebody that seems like a senior colleague will talk to you. So I feel that among the voices is the voice. And what is the voice? What comes from within you? It's
inside.
Yeah, that's what you follow. Because the voices can be very distracting.
Yeah.
You know,
the voices can be very distracting. So you want to pay attention to
the voice.
I like that.
That is what is coming from within you.
Yes.
That is what. So the voice, it can be, because people. Okay, so many people are saying plenty things. Just like a driver, drive this way. You are running too fast. You know, it can really. You know, it can affect the person driving. So when the voice from within comes out, it will now tell you which of the voices you should resonate with. That this person is giving me constructive criticism. So let me tilt like this. This person does not, because at times, when people criticize, it might be very destructive.
Yes.
Some people are talking, observation and opinion at times kills what you are carrying. Because it's too much of opinions. This is just a young guy that's just trying to make people happy. And I think I got my breakthrough. One thing that really broke it for me. You know, I had a show,
at a hotel. I tried to do some of my, because I do jokes also in English. I didn't flow in the capacity of the Wole Arole people wanted to see. I didn't know I was very popular. I tried to do some jokes in English. It was accepted, but was not. I was going home, and but I'm faith-based, and I'm not apologetic about that. So I was praying, and I'm like, God, I didn't feel myself today. I just heard God speak to me, and that's the voice. And God said, "See, let me tell you something." And this is what I tell anybody I come in contact with. Say, you are not on earth to impress any human being. You are here to express. Today, that was my breakthrough till now. I'm not here to impress you. I'm not for everybody. I'm here to express what God has given me. Ability to make people happy and laugh. The moment I got that breakthrough, my craft redefined. My humor took a leap. So at times I do English with it, I do Yoruba with it. I don't care what people are saying. So when you call me for an event, I deliver excellent. So people started calling me, clients started calling me. I did brand endorsement. So I moved from impressing people to expressing.
Yes.
So expression with the voice got it for me. Till now.
Expression with the voice. That's so powerful. You're so right in terms of the voice. And the voice tells you what voices to resonate with. And you also, it's powerful to say, you're not here to impress. You're here, there's a gift that has been put inside of you. There is a message that you have for the world. And you should be focused on how to bring that message out. And then the people who are for it will come.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah. You studied psychology.
Yes.
What are you using it to do?
Yes, very good question. To read human beings, to study, but I'm still going to consulting anyways.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Why?
Consulting, coaching.
Right.
Because I realize that a lot of people are confused. And I see myself as comedy as a pathway to achieve a lot of things for me.
Right.
I'm going to thought leadership, a lot of things, because I can. There's a reason why I studied that.
So you deliberately studied psychology?
Not deliberate.
Okay.
I went for biochemistry, but you know how it is in life in school, when you want to study something, but something else is studying you. I fail so much in biochemistry, fail. When you have carryover, you get a level that you are not even carry over courses, you are carrying over your department, you are carrying over your faculty. When your HOD advise you to, when you advise, there are a lot of advice. They will advise you to withdraw by vice chancellor. They advise to relocate. But I moved. I yielded to advice.
A very gentle advice from you.
Very good.
Right. So, but did you choose psychology, or it was one of the options?
I chose it.
Right. And then, so since obviously you want to go back to it, that means you must have enjoyed studying it.
No, major part of my life gave me a mind shift. Psychology study of human beings and mental processes.
Right.
So you begin to see how human beings relate. So the psychology of even yourself. So why am I here? What am I here for? How to deal with people, all of that, mental processes and all of that. So I think everything just worked together for good for me.
Right.
The psychology, brought me to another light. There's mentorship in it, there's coaching, there's how people relate, there's classic conditioning, how you relate an object with something, there's branding, there's product placement. So it opened me up. It opened me up to a lot of possibilities.
Right.
I think the big vision for me, ultimately, is to impact with my giftings.
Right.
Very simple term, to impact. So what is essence of comedy for me? Impact. Somebody is sad, checks are really content, laughed. So what is the prophetic for me? Impact. Somebody is sad, pray, everything works out fine. So it's impact for me with all my giftings.
Yeah. Was there any inkling in your childhood that you would go into comedy?
Yeah, I've been very funny. Absolutely very hilarious guy. So then in drama, so I did drama in church, Mountain of Fire Miracle Ministry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
How come I didn't know that you were a man? It makes sense.
Very conk one.
Okay.
So like that, I moved around, But I think it has started from church.
Right.
I used to act in church. Then from there, I developed the skill of a proper stand-up comedian because I had the ingredients already. So I read about it, I watched videos, so I could compute my materials together, and that made me then I'm a very spontaneous person.
Yeah.
So all of these elements added up for me.
Did you annoy your parents at the beginning when you stayed?
Oh yeah, parents, they're like, how was this thing? Then it was not a popular thing. It was, I was from the era of a doctor, a medical doctor. In fact, the set goal for me was I really wanted to be a doctor, and I'm like, I'm not good with blood. The highest thing I've killed that blood came out is mosquito. I can't do it. I can't kill a chicken. I can't kill a fowl. I'll do operation. Is it that they will kill patients?
Yeah.
But everything just fell in place. Then I have a good relationship with my parents. So I was able to convey my dreams and aspirations to them respectfully. You know, I wasn't too rebellious and all of that. I made them see what I was saying. And we are here today rejoicing.
So after explaining to them, there was really no pushback from them?
Because my mom, I'm very close to my mom. I'm the
Yes,
last
I've
child.
seen your video.
Yes, I'm the last child.
Right.
And I'm also very close to my dad.
Yeah.
So I'm like the child of their old age. So to communicate with them, because we have a relationship already.
Yeah.
So it wasn't hard. If I was saying, I want to go to, it wasn't hard. So either when we go to prayers and then also my mom prays a lot.
Right.
Takes me to places. So what we confide was the fact that anywhere we go to pray, they would say, this is your boy, he's a star. This is your boy, he's a star. This is special about this guy. So my mom was able to compute all those data together. I said, there's something that will be special about this boy. So if he's saying he wants to go this direction, let's allow him. And it's not something that is not adding value as well. So it's not like, mommy, today I want to do this thing that is not positive in that regard.
Yeah. Talking about some of the comments on the comment section, did you ever find people criticizing you a lot for being too loud?
I get that a lot. In fact, some could be quite insulting. Comes to look at his mouth, is big. I really can. Someone that told me, I really is just a noise. That's what I'm saying. You get a lot. You know, when I first started, who is this guy? He's bushy. He doesn't even have money to barb. You know, it could be very depressing. I'm telling you. I know that human beings, and this thing about comment is that if you check comment, and it's very psychological, the first 3 comment is abuse. You don't read the rest. You just feel like, the rest we are Coco abuse me. So, I faced that a lot.
Yeah.
But why that didn't really eat me much is because from the school I attended OAU, Obafemi University.
Right.
That's number one. I used to say it anyway. There's no doubt about that.
That's what you say.
Yeah, it's great if I all walk up. Absolutely, and that's what it is.
And those of us on the University of First Choice, we say, well, let's just allow them to.
It's not about that. But don't let's dive into that situation. So in my school, we used to do arrow.
Right.
Yeah, arrow is when you stylishly insult people in an hilarious way.
Right.
So, and I used to champion a lot of those things.
Okay.
The secondary school I went to is a secondary school where we were abusing each other's father.
Right.
The game is abuse. See your head is big. Your own head, your own nose is. We sit down, we abuse. You now say that your mother is your mother is not serious. You say your own mother that came. So the first person that pains is the person that loses. I win that thing. I love it. As if God was preparing me for something more future. No, you can't abuse. Because before I start, I will abuse myself. I say, me that I want to abuse myself. My mouth is big, but your head is not correct. So when I see those comments, I didn't get personal with them.
Right. Yeah, that's a big gift, though, in this world.
I don't know why would I get personal.
Because people cannot cope with it. Many people,
a lot,
it stops them from doing what they're doing. Many people have killed their dreams because I'm a very afraid person. People don't. It doesn't show, but I do it in spite of it. So if it's important enough to me, but I meet people who say, well, I stopped because somebody criticized me. I'm like, an entire vision for your life. Because it is difficult, isn't it? I mean, especially if you're a creative person, because the thing is coming from your spirit, from your belly, and then someone just tells you, you cannot even barb your hair. And that's there.
You're just someone who says, this guy is, I've seen it.
Yeah.
This guy is just too loud.
Yeah.
He's too loud. This is not funny. And some will say that maybe this one is not really that good, but try to work on this. Some people, some I say it's not funny.
Yeah, people can come and argue with the person. Say, you cannot support him.
I say, is it not this guy?
Yeah.
So that's how it has been.
The Call.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to do it? This was your film.
Yeah.
Yes.
Executive produced by myself.
Yes. Why you decided to do your film, and did you think that was a great experience? How did you feel about the result?
Very good.
Because I remember one day coming to the cinema and meeting you in the cinema.
Yes. So I had a dream of shooting my own movie a long time, and I'm like, I need to do this. I'm a movie person, and I need to do something. And the call we're having a meeting with my team. I've been a biology day, my producer, director, and I told them, I said, I want to do something, sir. I want to really, then content, I said, I need to do something. I want people to see that I have other things within me. I'm an actor as well.